Perhaps we should get started now.
What's up, everybody? Just doing some back end stuff. How's everybody doing? What's up, everybody?
You know what's real?
Today's a big day, guys. Today is a big day. Today is a big day, man. Today's a big day, guys. So if you guys still holding GME and AMC, today is the day. What's up, man? Your thoughts on AMC? I'm in AMC right now. Man. I've been holding AMC. I got an AMC at $2, but of course I bought more shares to support the movement. So of course we've been all going through these ladder attacks and market manipulation, but today is the big day, guys. Today is the day we found out how many shares they're really shorting, because you know the media says one thing but the numbers don't add up. The numbers don't add up, man. I still think it's going to be a short squeeze. What's your target for AMC? Well, hold on, let me pull it up. I mean, I honestly think that it's still going to be a short squeeze. Or why is it a big day? All right, I'll show you. I'll tell you that it's a big day because so the hedge funds, we feel like the market's being manipulated because of the short ladder attacks, and of course, hedge funds saying that they got out of their position, but the numbers don't add up, man. Like, the numbers don't add up. It just doesn't add up. Like the volume, the short interest, all the statistics that we was able to gather just doesn't add up. So today, every 2 weeks, hold on, let me pull this up for you. Let's see. Every 2 weeks, they update the amount of shares that's being shorted. And today, see right here, FINRA requires firms to report short interest positions in all customers and accounts and equity securities twice a month. So, we feel like, they've been saying that they haven't been shorting AMC and GME because, of course, it's easier for them to pay a lawsuit than it is to go bankrupt. But today, if you're still holding AMC or GME, today is the day we finally see if they're shorting and how much they're shorting, because they have to report it today. That's why you've been seeing all these videos of people still holding. That gives us a little bit of hope. So I really think the squeeze is still there. I honestly think the squeeze is still there. So even if you look at hold on. Even if you look at Volkswagen short squeeze, right? Well, there's a couple things I want to show you. So even if you look at Volkswagen short squeeze, you see how it went from what, $450 to like $200 before shooting up. So it basically went to the level before coming up to do the short squeeze. And I feel like we're at that point. Not only that, if you take a look at let me pull up that website here, right? So as you can see, January 27th, right? What happened on January 27th? That was the time where they had to release the data again because, like I said, it's every 2 weeks. But let me pull up the charts. What happened on January 27th? This happened right here. This is what happened on January 27th. See what I'm saying? So what happened to GME on the 27th? Okay. This happened. And that's the same day that they report the data. So if the pattern continues, I mean, we might see something. We might see something. Nothing's guaranteed. But there's always hope. We just might see something, y'all. And I just think today's a big day, man. Like, the data doesn't come out. I believe it has to be reported by 6 o'clock. Let me check. Yeah, all short interest positions must be reported by 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, I mean, we'll see. That's all we can do. This could make us or break some of us. But at the end of the day, I'm still holding. Like, this could be good news because, if they're still shorting a lot, this could be good news for us. But if they're not, then, this could make or break some of us. I know I'm still going to hold because, like I said, I did get into GME. I did get into AMC before all of this. So I got in at $2. So I was riding the wave for a long time. and I held here. I could have sold, but you know, I wanted to be a part of the movement, so I held, and I watched it come all the way down. But I also didn't think Robin Hood would have. Can you make your voice louder? All right, my voice. Let's see. 1 second. Let me fix it. All right, is that better? You might have to turn up your volume. The beat is too loud. All right. I'll turn down the music. Is that better? Also, guys, I appreciate all the love and support. Please don't forget to press the like button, like the stream, share the stream, follow the stream, guys. I think I turned down the beat. Is that better for you, or do I need to turn it down some more? I may just turn it off for now, I guess, until I'm looking some stuff up. But today can make or break a lot of us, man, because of the news that's coming out. But, you know, like I said, even if the news isn't good news, I'm still holding AMC. I got a lot of faith in AMC. You know why? Well, because when the price did go up, you know, like the man said, we took bankruptcy off the table. So that's good news. Of course, theaters will start opening up today. That's more good news. But not even that. It's the #1 movie chain. That's good news. Not even that. The best news is I'm gonna show you guys. Now, of course, there's rumors, you know, so it's all rumors for right now. But hold on, let me find it for you guys. Let's see. It's somewhere on here. This is real good news right here, man. I'm trying to find it right now. I'll just type it in Google. Oh, found it right here. So they spoke about this last year, but they're talking about it again, and this was this week. This is good news right here. Now, of course, it's all rumors that happened last year, but it was brought back up again this year. That's nothing but good news, man. Even if the rumors make the stock go up, that's still enough to get us out. For some of you guys who bought at a bad spot, that's still enough to get some of us out. But if it's true, you know, this could be the air of the bear. This could be the end of the bear trap right here. This is some good news right here, man. They're talking about Amazon or Netflix buying out AMC. This is good right here, man. This is some good stuff. I'm still holding, man. I got over 800 and I don't know, maybe like 850 shares. So I'm still holding. I mean, unfortunately I did buy some GME, you know, and I am taking the train down. What is this? Earnings. I am crashing the plane, but I'm still holding. This might not be bad. Let's see. Oh, this is GM. Okay, hold on. There we go. This is GME. All right. Oh man, this could be good right here, man. All right, let's see. I need to buy some stocks today. Let's see what kind of stocks I want to buy. I still have to hop in some trades today, guys. Gotta see what's out there. Looking at my information I have. Let's see what we have. Oh, this is crazy how this just dropped like that. Oh, wow. It seems like it'll never come back. Also, guys, if you got any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel, guys. I'm trying my best to start streaming often, man. I know lately I've been streaming. I took a break from streaming, but before I've been streaming video games. But because of this AMC GME thing, man, it's been, for me at least, it's been exciting, man. Exciting journey, man. And, what makes it even better, I mean, I'm not going to say what makes it better, but what makes me feel at least a little bit better about the situation is when you go to the Wall Street Bets website and you see people screenshotting their portfolios saying, no matter what, I'm still holding. And there's people that went from 6 figures to down to like $10,000 saying, I'm holding. I mean, it's funny, man. I mean, it's sad, but it's still funny. Hold. Look at this guy. Let's see. Today's a big day, man. Today's a big day. I don't know when they're going to update the, let's see. I don't know when they're going to update the information, though. Oh, wait. I think it's Market Beat, right? They might update it on this. Let's see. See right here? The last time they updated was on the 15th. So we're gonna see, man. We're gonna see what happens, man. Like, let's look at GME. See, these things be changing up the numbers and stuff too, man. That's why we feel like they're scamming us. Cause one day it's 100 and something, I think it's like 143%, and then it dropped to 120 something, now 88. Like, I don't know. We're gonna see, man. That's why I'm just gonna hold. Cause I feel like they just trying to scare us out, so they can do the squeeze without us. Like, I feel like they're trying to set us up, man. But at the end of the day, you only lose when you sell. So that gives me another reason to hold. Like, I don't want to get caught up. I don't want to get caught with my pants down, man. As soon as I sell, I miss out on a good opportunity. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Let's see. SNBL. Damn. People have been in this for a while. Trade price $1. Yeah, he's up. Not bad. I don't know why this is on my. Oh, it was a promotion. All right, let's see, guys. I'm about to see if I can. I need to find something to get into today, man. Right now, I have. Let's take a look. On my list right now, I have Clove. Hopefully, with this buy price of $12.19. I haven't gotten into this one yet, so I'm just waiting patiently. So I want to try to find maybe 1 or 2 more stocks to get into. by the end of the week. What's today's date? Tuesday, right? Yeah. So play some music. Oh. All right, guys, we're gonna play some music. I think I still have that one. Let me check to see if I still got this one. I don't know if I have this in my. I have multiple trading accounts. I didn't get into this one right here. I'm from Germany. I'm chilling with you, bro. I appreciate it, man. What's up, Josh? Your thoughts on ADA? Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up my chart real quick on my other account. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to get into a trade. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, I see. Oh man. I wonder if I put Alright, where we at? You said, what's up, Luigi? Dota, my friend ID. I took taking a break from Dota, man. I might stream it later though. Are you in ADA? Are you already into this stock? Oh, it's forming a W. Boom, boom, boom. If you already got in, then you should be good. It looks like it's trying to make a W. It's not bad, actually. I don't know what kind of stock this is, though. What price you got in at? And what's this? What price you got in at? It's not bad, man. It looks good. It looks real good. Now this one has pretty good potential to come all the way up. Oh, you got in at 2 cents? Like 0.02?
Perhaps we should get started now.
Oh man. That's a good spot, man. We don't about it, bro. It's already making noise. Ah, that's good, bro. Nah, I mean, I'm looking at, you know, the chart looks real good. But I need to see an entry point before I, you know, even read up on it. Cause I don't like to like chase. I like to get like bottom entry points. I don't know. That's just a habit I have. They formed the head and shoulder already. Yeah. I see. Yeah. Nah, it's not bad, man. Like if it comes below this point right here, I'll definitely get in. You know, once I get my, what happens is once I get an alert, I do some research to see before it comes to my price target.
You know what's real?
Yeah, I can see the W from right here, but I gotta do some research on it myself. But before I waste my time researching, I at least want to get a good entry point. Happy trading, man. I appreciate it, man. See, I'm looking at this one right here, but this one already made a move, man. Got me, man. But I'm gonna see, man. People might sell it off and won't mark it open. I don't even know what that is, but I'm looking it up. Oh, pharmaceutical.
Straight up.
Did you get in on this one already? You said what crypto? This isn't crypto. What crypto are you talking about? What's up, Official Wheeler? Look at XX. Alright, 1 second, I will. Yeah, this isn't crypto, bro. Yeah, you still asleep, man. It's alright, it's still early. What is this? Damn, this. Nah, I'm not creating crypto. Not trading crypto. Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm just messing with you, bro. Is this what you getting in right here? I don't even know what this is, man. Yeah, I gotta do some research on this one. I ain't never heard about this one. Look at that. I can see an M from right here.
Check it out.
Caught up in that. Let's see what's going on with this.
Check it out.
Look at this time last year. Alright, I'm gonna take a look.
Check it out.
What's the date? February? Alright, so you want me to look at February of last year? Oh. Yeah. I see what you're saying. That's probably, you know, that's probably the good news of COVID-19. Oh, COVID in the United States? Bam. I think it shot all the way up. So, you know, I mean, that's the only thing I see because everything else went down when COVID came out. Everything I know went down. This is the only thing I see that went up when COVID came out. First time seeing good news of COVID. Alright, let me see. Check watch. Did I miss this already? Yep. I hate missing these rip-ups, man. Oh, man. I gotta start catching them. It's always funny watching, bro, which stream is better for you? I can switch to Twitch if you want. It's up to you, bro. I'm streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, so it's up to you. I can read all three chats. Y'all love trading stocks, man. You got Discord? Yep, I do. But, you know, I play video games, so you'll probably see a bunch of, you know, game content like Rust, Call of Duty, Dota, stuff like that. I trade too, though. I need to make a stocks area, actually. You know what? I'll do that right now. I'll do that right now. Call it Stomps. Actually, I need to make another loop for it. I'll make it right now. Stomps. Oh yeah. I gotta add Discord to the list. Yeah. Let's see. I'll do that right now. Alright, see if that works. I think that should do it.
In orbit above the Earth's atmosphere, recorded on the monitors.
Oh, that's how you do that? Oh, I didn't know, man. See, I told you I was a noob. But, yeah, try that. See if it works. Yo, I can't wait until they update this information, man. much was your highest percent gain? Well, I mean, I'm trying to get better, but normally per stock, usually per stock, I gain like 20% before I get out the trade. But you know, there's people that get a lot more than me. But I also the stocks that I get in cost a lot more than, you know, average. I'm trying to get better at that. Like for example, I'll show you a couple examples. I mean, they're not bad, but they could be better, you know? Like, this is Adobe. And right now I'm up, well, that one's up 7%. AMC, I got in this one at $2, and I'm still in this one. And even though it's down, hold on. Even though AMC is down, I'm still up 170%. You know what I mean? Alibaba, I'm still in this one. I got into this one at 216, and if it hits my price target, I'd be up 42%. But currently, I'm up 20%. I sold this one. I don't remember what price I sold this one at. I need to take that off my list. Facebook, I could have sold this one when it was here, but that's when the AMC thing went down, so I got tied up, and I got sidetracked. But I'm only up about 6% on that one. Still not bad though. I'm trying to get in on Clover. I missed the dip because, of course, I get confused. Well, not confused. I got sidetracked with the AMC thing. But I really wanted to get in this one. But I just got into this Fubo yesterday. So I'm just waiting it out. That one I'll wait out and hold long term and see what happens. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, I get it. The stocks I get in usually is more expensive, but I need to start getting into smaller cap stocks. That's how people make so much more money, man. I've been cleaning up on crypto. The thing about crypto is I used to be in crypto, man. Like I still like it. I was in Bitcoin back at $900, and then it went up to 20,000, and then I sold at 15 when it pulled back, and then I bought more at like 3,000, and then I sold again because of COVID, and then all of a sudden it just took off. As much as I love crypto, I feel like I missed out.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
I had to do something. My bad. It's all good, bro. It's still early. It's always exciting to trade early in the morning. I might buy this right here. Let me look. I hope it ain't greedy if I do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna hold it long term.
Fundamentally peaceful, man.
I'm gonna see what's going on here. It's almost 9:30. I'm just gonna buy it and just hold it. Alright, see what happens here. Hopefully I get it. Which looks like I just did actually. Let's see.
I've never really viewed myself as particularly talented. Where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic.
excuse, I'm going to get through this? Was that a mental conversation you had that nobody could hear?
Communication with our children is that Pops is working hard. This is the level of attention to detail you need to have in everything you do. So it's setting the example. As parents, you got to lead by example. If you want your kids to do whatever it is they want to accomplish in life, you have to show them. You got to show them. Same thing with my wife. My wife's a stay-at-home wife. It's the hardest job, man. So she works really hard at that. I mean, it's, so her attention to detail with that as well are examples for our children. And then for my wife, it's, she's like, listen, man, as a parent, you gotta set the example. You gotta set the example.
$1.5 billion of Bitcoin, or we're not. I think that's what you're seeing, what you've seen in the market, at least this morning here, this expectation that now suddenly you're going to have corporate America go to investment banks in coming weeks. That's what they do after they report earnings and say, hey, you know what? We are sitting on a ton of cash, billions of dollars. We're going to go put a little, we're going to play a little bit around with it. We're going to go out and buy some Bitcoin. And I think that expectation is why prices are up today. But, I've talked to a couple of execs since Elon Musk came out with this news. This is still not even in their radar. There are a lot of hurdles for a CEO to come out here or a company to come out with a press release like Musk came out with saying, or in their financial documents in the SEC saying, we're going to be buying $1 billion of Bitcoin. I just don't think it's going to happen over the next couple of weeks, which maybe perhaps lead to a little pullback. Unclear.
Well, and why would they really? I mean, I think Elon Musk is a unique case here, and a handful of other CEOs who are sort of Bitcoin acolytes, devotees, whatever you want to call it, since there is sort of a religious tinge to all of this, and to Musk, the cult of Musk himself. Do companies go out and buy stocks in bulk and reveal those holdings on a regular basis? I mean, this is not something that is very typical. So I would, I think I saw a headline this morning that said that Tesla's Bitcoin investment is a nightmare for the bean counters, which is something that you sort of expressed yesterday, Brian, when you talked about that, holding this kind of position from a traditional financial perspective for a corporation is a difficult thing to do. And it's tough for me to see, to your point, other companies coming out and taking this kind of position when, Musk is sort of a maverick in many ways.
So I don't think that you necessarily have to go out and buy, Bitcoin with your additional cash on the balance sheet. But I do think there is another dynamic here. This gets way away from crypto, which is just that as the largest companies in the economy get ever larger, and every quarter, right, everyone makes the joke about all the things Apple could buy with all the cash on their balance sheet. There needs to be something to, I should say this, corporate treasury departments are going to be thinking differently about that additional capital on their balance sheet, outside of the traditional, well, we could buy back stock, we could issue a dividend, we could buy another company, right? I think you look at, obviously it's different because of the insurance businesses and the float, and that's how Berkshire structures the investment portfolio, but I do think there's going to be more active management, let's say, of the capital that sits on corporate balance sheets. This may include Bitcoin, it may not, but this is probably going to change quicker than we think in the next 5 or 10 years, just in how companies think about themselves as independent allocators of capital. Lots of companies have independent VC arms, so on and so forth. I do think that cash management is not going to just be treasuries. I think there is going to be more aggressive use of that because there is so much of it sitting on corporate balance sheets.
Maybe. And we can save the debate for another time about whether that is a good thing or a bad thing for investors in those companies. But for now, we're going to take the conversation elsewhere. We're going to talk to Michael Sonnenschein. He is Grayscale Investments CEO. Michael, it's great to see you. Your company surpassed $30 billion in net crypto assets under management this year. You're now at $33.4 billion, you told me, as of last night. And I know that number is moving as we see Bitcoin moving. Most of that money is in Bitcoin. Some of it is in your Ether fund as well. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Who are the people or entities that are now investing in the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust? Is it retail investors? Is it institutions? Is it companies? What do you know about who those people are?
Well, I think if we look back at 2020, this was really an inflection point for the Grayscale business, which dates back to 2013. We raised $5.7 billion over the course of 2020, which is more than 4x the amount of money we raised from 2013 through 2019. And about 86% of that capital was coming from institutional investors. And so what you've really seen now is a shift away from career risk of getting involved in digital assets to now actually career risk of not getting involved in digital assets. And so many of our investors are starting to allocate to this for a variety of reasons. You're definitely seeing a rotation out of gold and into assets like Bitcoin. You're definitely seeing investors drawn to the verifiable scarcity of Bitcoin compared to the essentially unlimited fiscal stimulus being injected into the system. And then certainly when you have famous investors like Paul Tudor Jones and corporations like MicroStrategy and now Tesla getting involved in the space, it does add some additional air cover for other folks to get involved as well.
Michael, just based on some of the names you just mentioned, certainly top of mind, Elon Musk with his move this week, is the large crash in Bitcoin prices now off the table? We've seen crashes throughout the past year, but is that type of 20, 30, 40, 50% move, is that now off the table because a lot of these big players are in?
I would say anything is possible. If we look back to March of 2020, when COVID really took hold of the entire global economy, crypto cratered even faster than many other asset classes did. But what it went on to do is really demonstrate its resiliency and its staying power for a lot of investors and really snap back even faster and even harder to become one of the highest returning investments of 2020. And so many investors, I think, are allocating to this and understand that this is something to be invested in over a medium to longer term. And when we do see pullbacks in prices, we typically see investors using those pullbacks to average down or add to their positions, not necessarily seeing investors being cautious or concerned about any pullbacks in price.
And Michael, when you see a move like what we saw from Tesla yesterday, do you see that as a hedge from the company, like a hedge out of dollars, or is it maybe an opportunity for them to generate some returns with the capital that they have?
I think it could be viewed as both. I think a lot of investors, particularly if you look at, the tens of billions of dollars now sitting on corporate, balance sheets, certainly here and looking at S&P 500 stocks, they're really at a crossroads where they need to figure out a better solution for cash management. Many of them do see the dilution of the US dollar and are looking for other areas to generate alpha besides investing in T-bills and other areas where they would normally allocate capital. And for other investors, they're excited about the promise of this technology and hoping that, this can really provide them with a hedge against, kind of the way that a lot of these monetary systems are very rapidly changing.
What other products are you working on?
It's a great question. So today, Grayscale operates 9 different investment vehicles. I think at any given time, we probably have anywhere from, call it 20 to 30 different product ideas on the shelf, really trying to determine what we see as opportunities to bring to investors and trying to marry that with where investors are telling us they'd like to deploy capital into this market. And so I'd say generally, you will probably see no shorter than, call it half a dozen products from Grayscale coming into the market during 2021.
Hey, Michael, what do you think the biggest risk to Bitcoin and further cryptocurrencies rise is this year? Is it a regulatory risk? Is there something else on the horizon that you're just keeping an eye out for?
Well, you guys brought this up earlier in your conversation. I think that the narrative around not being able to use Bitcoin to buy a cup of coffee or use it in everyday commerce is something that is largely starting to get shrugged off. certainly the near-term developed world use case around Bitcoin specifically is as a digital gold or as a digital store of value. And so you'll certainly see it being thought of and invested in for those reasons. That being said, I think if you asked me the question maybe even 18 or 24 months ago, a lot of investors would have cited regulatory uncertainty as something that may prevent them from investing in the asset class. But these days, that's not at all the conversations we're having. And I think, many of the investors we deal with actually feel there is quite a bit of regulatory certainty. And so most of our conversations are really characterized by portfolio sizing, portfolio allocations, timing, and for a lot of investors, whether or not it's only Bitcoin they want exposure to, or whether they're really starting to appreciate digital currencies as a broader asset class and thus may want exposure beyond just Bitcoin.
What do you make of Doge?
So, I personally am not involved in Dogecoin. Grayscale is not invested or has a product around Dogecoin, but certainly speaks to the power of certainly social media and network effects around certain investment opportunities.
All hail Doge. All right. Thank you so much, Michael. On a more serious note, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Interesting stuff, obviously, going on. Hope to see you again soon. Michael Sonnenshein, Grayscale Investment CEO. Appreciate it. When we come back, we will have the latest on the coronavirus, both on its spread and developments with the variants that we've been watching. We'll be right back.
right, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live on this Tuesday morning. Futures pointing to a lower open here on the week's second trading day. Well, it's been about 13 months and a couple of weeks since we first heard about new viral pneumonia spreading in China, and now we are starting to see some, but not really all that much resolution on just where the coronavirus.
What up, Lucas?
COVID-19
Just stopping by,
originated
watching
from.
you
Andre
the
joins us
stream.
now with the latest
Class, I can't stay long.
almost
Hey, I
final
appreciate you stopping by the
survey
stream,
coming
man.
from the WHO this morning.
Just doing some trading with stocks, man. I remember, I do remember you coming to my stream a while back, bro. I think I was playing Dota or something. I don't remember.
Obviously, the lab leak, whether or not it was in Wuhan or anywhere else in China, that has been largely debunked by the WHO team, the WHO/China team, as well as the idea that it was a direct jump. The virus directly jumped from, say, a bat or pangolin to humans. They are saying that there is likely now either an intermediary host or, as well as some sort of role possibly of the cold chain of transferring meat to play a role in that. We know that the virus survives a lot better in colder environments, and so that they're still learning about that and still looking to see where exactly that original source is. What they did also reveal about the spread, while we do know that Wuhan was the central hub, a lot of it has been focused on the Wuhan market.
Yeah, Counter-Strike, bro. We play a couple. Yeah, I remember us playing, man. I remember now. I think.
And they're also looking at.
Oh man, let me see if I remember you. Weren't you from like
sort of other connections?
Oh man.
Where else in the world some of these cases were showing up?
Yeah, I haven't played Counter-Strike in a while, bro. You make me want to play it again,
man. A little bit
man.
more clarity, though. The experts did say there's nothing very specifically new.
I end up playing Valorant.
To be done to learn. So that's where it stands right now. We've got a little bit more clarity. Still do not know where this virus originated.
So even as the research is continuing on that side, give us an update on what's going on here in the U.S. because, gosh, the vaccination efforts have been uneven, haven't they? What's the latest right now?
They have been, and they continue to be, but the one sort of slightly good news is that we know that of the vaccines that have been shipped, a majority have actually now been administered. So about more than 59 million have been distributed, and more than 40 million have already been, 42 million specifically, have already been administered between first and second doses. So that's really good news, but we know that there's still a long way to go when it comes to the ramp up of vaccine production. We're still waiting for the end of the month to hear about Johnson & Johnson and what happens to their vaccine.
Do it, bro. New session is okay, to be honest.
We also know that the
Let me know if you get on play for games. I might play some. Like I think I have to reinstall it because I've been playing Valorant. Well, really, I've been playing a lot of Rust lately. And then I've been playing Valorant, but I haven't played Valorant in a while.
To distribution by about 50% in coming months, so that also bears some good news. Meanwhile, we're watching cases, deaths, and hospitalizations all trend downwards. This is all really good news, but of course, all eyes on yet again another possible spreading event through the Super Bowl, and so that's something we have to keep an eye on 2 weeks from now, whether or not that did indeed end up an event, because we do see that the the variants that continue to spread are of concern because they're transmitting so much faster. Experts are worried about whether or not that will actually be a source of spread continuing forward.
All right, Yahoo Finance's Anjali Kamlani with the latest on all of the goings-on on the coronavirus front this morning. Anjali, thanks so much. All right, we're off for a short break here. On the other side, we're going to have the opening bell on this Tuesday morning. Futures pointing to a lower open for U.S. stocks today. We're back with just all that and more coming up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I probably do. I'm not sure. Do you still have my Discord, bro? Because my friend list is full, so it's kind of hard for me to add people on Steam now. But if you have Discord, I'm always in Discord.
This is Yahoo Finance Live. I'm Julie Hyman. We're just a few moments until the opening bell here this morning. We are seeing futures indicate a lower open after a record close for the S&P 500 yesterday and after a strong week last week, but modest pullback in futures here this morning. Let's talk more about the market outlook now with Joseph Little. He's Global Chief Strategist at HSBC Global Asset Management. Joseph, it's good to see you. Now, there has been a lot made of the so-called reflation trade this year, of course, as people look ahead to opening up in the latter half of the year in particular. And it seems like we've had a big rally thus far, right, in stocks. So as you said in your note to us this morning, you sort of posed the question of whether the reflation trade has already played out. Has it, do you think?
Well, I think, Julie, you're right, and thanks for having me on the show again. But I think you're right. This is the key question for investors at this juncture. We've seen a very strong phase of what I call fast markets, a strong rally last 6 months in risk asset classes across the board. And what that means in practical terms for investors is that a lot more is now discounted. The story around recovery, around macroeconomic improvement, around the vaccines is now at this point well known to investors and to other market participants. And that poses the question of what could happen to markets next. My suspicion is that we're at a point now where as more is discounted, it becomes harder and harder for the news to really support the market further and further. And that creates what I call a hypersensitivity. It means that markets are rather vulnerable if the news flow becomes a little bit more difficult, if the news flow begins to disappoint. I'd still be positive as we look out over a 6-month view, but it could mean that after the run that we've seen, we're in line for a phase of maybe a bit more consolidation. Maybe the facts about the macroeconomy and the virus trends need to catch up a little bit with how the market has been performing over the last 6 months.
And Joseph, when you think about some of those potential negative catalysts, is it fiscal authorities maybe coming out with a disappointing either offer, guidance, however we want to frame that? Is it central banks having a misstep? Is it a fourth spring rise in cases? How do you kind of think about those various possibilities here for upsetting markets?
Well, that's a great question. So, I mean, the good news so far is that what we're seeing for Western economies, for developed markets in the West, is that winter surge of cases is beginning to look a little bit better. We seem to be past the worst, as your report earlier suggested. So I think the big challenge really is around growth disappointments relative to what economists, what analysts, what investors are currently expecting. And the most obvious way that that plays out is through some of these new strains, these mutations to the virus, being a little bit more resilient or resistant to the vaccine. I think that's a potential challenge in terms of how it could impact sentiment and almost require an extension of some of these stringent measures. Now, it's not so much my base case. My feeling overall is that we're still in a phase of gradual recovery, what I call the restoration economy. But I don't think it's rapid in terms of how it plays out. And as I say, I think this risk around some news potentially disappointing, rather elevated expectations at this point in time is a real challenge for the market in particular. If we look across the other risk factors, I take your point completely that policy is such an important factor. But I think the message that we get from the Fed, from European Central Bank, from other central banks is of continued support and stimulus. I think the message that we see coming through clearly from fiscal authorities is that there is an intention to continue to support the recovery with policy support on the fiscal side, at least in developed markets. So it could be that we see some emerging markets begin to retrench back the policy support a little bit earlier. But I think in developed markets, the policy very much will be there. And really, as much as anything, the challenge to markets comes related to how expectations have already moved ahead and whether or not the incoming data can improve as quickly and as significantly as some parts of the market seem to assume or want it to. And of course, we hope it does, but we need to be realistic about the shape of the recovery here. As I say, the restoration economy, as I've called it, is not a real rapid recovery story. It's going to be a case of some stops and then some starts before we move into a stronger phase of cyclical recovery, probably in the second half of the year.
You know, just based on some of those risks, do you think we're headed for a February correction?
Well, I'd probably frame it as more of a consolidation phase at this point in time. But I think there are some challenges out there. As I said, I don't think it takes too much in terms of the incoming news to disappoint market expectations.
Praying for takeoff.
What investors
And 5,
so we need to stay
4,
very alert.
3, 2,
Data on
1.
earnings, data on corporate fundamentals, data on macro trends and growth is going to be really important. And I think investors just need to sort of stay very vigilant to some of these
XPL.
risks. Of course, it's risky being out of the market as well. So we want to still be invested, focused on global equities, focused on some of the opportunities we see in Asian investments. But it's really important at this point to be very vigilant and alert to how the situation is evolving and to some of the news flow that we're seeing, particularly on these new virus strains, particularly on how resistant they might be to the current vaccine technologies. Because I think there is just a danger that some small disappointments could create a bit of anxiety and tension in global markets.
So, Joseph, just quickly then, given the changing nature of the situation, what would be your highest conviction allocation right now that might have some staying power no matter what else happens?
Yeah, staying power is a great way of putting
When do you expect the short squeeze for AMC? I'm not sure, bro. This is my first time ever experiencing a short squeeze, but hold on one second. I think he said the same thing I was trying to do too. 1 second, bro. One second. Let me catch some trades real quick. Give me a second, bro. I'm trying to get my chart ready for this trade. Alright. I just had to get in the trade real quick. Let me add this to my list of trades. Alright, cool. Let me check my current positions now. So alright, cool. I'm up in this. Where did I execute this one at? 228. God damn, I'm up in this joint. How much I made off that? Let me check. Wow. I'm impressed.
Perhaps we should get started now.
That's crazy right there. I'm gonna hold this for the long run. Hopefully it doesn't fail me. Pull it back. Alright. Cool. Alright, anyway. What up, Neek? I was just about to tell you I'm up 15% of the normal number that I usually buy. You know the number I usually buy per trade. And I'm up 15%. But anyways, AMC. So yeah. So that's what I said, man. I think that's part of the short squeeze, man. Because the name short squeeze comes from short, and then the squeeze is where it shoots up. So I really think that, yeah, that we see the price go down. Hold on. One second, chat. All right, I'm back.
Straight up.
So as I was saying, it's called short squeeze. So I haven't experienced this before, but I believe we are in this phase of the short squeeze right here. The part where everyone's getting scared and everyone's ready to quit. And then that's what, I could be wrong, I'm not sure. forgot I was in this one too. Alright, I think I'm done right now. I think I'm done trading until I hit my marks. I kind of want to sell this Alibaba. I don't like how slow the volume is now.
In orbit above the Earth's atmosphere, recorded on the monitors.
so tempting to sell from one of these positions.
Someone. Someone. I wish I knew. I knew me. I knew. I knew me.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
I think I'm gonna sell my Alibaba. Get that money someplace else.
Fundamentally peaceful man.
Wow, this is crazy, man. Hold on.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
One second, chat. I need to sell my Alibaba. Now let me get out. Oh, I forgot. It's because I have a cell limit. Hate when you do that.
Peaceful, man.
Could have told me I had a cell limit.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
There we go. Sold my Alibaba. Okay, cool. Alright.
Fundamentally peaceful, man.
myself as particularly talented. Where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic.
And your kids to use as no excuse, I'm going to get through this? Was that a mental conversation you had that nobody could hear?
Communication with our children is that Pops is working hard. This is the level of attention to detail you need to have in everything you do. So it's setting the example. As parents, you got to lead by example. If you want your kids to do whatever it is they want to accomplish in life, you have to show them. You got to show them.
Bro, are you still in AMC? Is that like the only one you're in? Is AMC, bro?
Same thing with my wife. My wife's a stay-at-home wife. It's the hardest job, man. So she works really hard at that. I mean, it's, you know, so
You gotta make that money back, man.
with that as well. Or
That's the only way we can
examples
get
for our
out.
children.
Make it back.
And then for my wife, it's, you know, she's like, listen, man, as a parent, you gotta set the example. You gotta set the example.
While you hold that position, make it back. Wow, look at Facebook. I might sell this. I'm about to sell this.
Take this. Take this. Okay.
Alright, so that. Just gonna pull back take forever to remove again, so I'm gonna go ahead and sell it. Everybody else down. I'll let this sit for a bit.
cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it. define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it. Cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it.
That's done fall right into my gap too. So I guess hopefully we'll be okay. I don't know about that. It gives me hype, you know? Gives me some hype. Let's see.
It's not going to be
Ah,
responsible
shit.
for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it.
Sad day for me. I missed that one. Going up 300%.
What made her the one?
You know, it's hard to pinpoint what exactly makes a person the one for you. But you just know. I mean, love is a funny thing. I can't explain it and I don't understand it. But all I know is she caught my heart. And I just knew that she was the one.
I'm hoping that's that George W right there. Boom, 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 boom. If it comes up here, woo. I should just pull up my Merrill Lynch account so I don't have to keep doing this. Yeah, but my Merrill Lynch account, this is better though, man. I'll be right back, chat.
stars that sing, rocks that burst asunder, and mountains that take wing. John Henry with his hammer makes a little spark. That little spark is love dying in the dark.
Jordan Revolution.
What's up, Joko? What's up, Clef? Did you get any club yesterday? Nah, but I got it today. At 12:58. Look at that uptick. Yeah, I got in it today at 12:58. Trying to get it at 220. There we go. 228. That's where I'm in at. I should sell it and get back in at this floor right here. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna download my other broker's account on my other computer so I got multiple broker's accounts, so I'm trying to stay on my other one. Man, I had CLRBS. That's how it always go, bro. That's how it always goes. The moment you sell, that's the moment it goes in profit every single time. That's why I didn't sell my AMC and GameStop. I guarantee you, as soon as I say sell, the short squeeze is coming. okay, man. One thing I learned, if I learn anything about trading, it's patience. I might not even sell this. I might just be patient now that I say it. Yeah, I got in right at the right time. I got in club at 12:58. I was trying to get in all yesterday, but I couldn't get in. But I'm up now. It looks like it's trying to do that wedge formation, so that's what I'm gonna see. I hope it continues to rip, man. Ah, shoot! What's gonna happen, y'all? This is it. Inverse Llama, what's up? What's up? I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Don't forget to press the like button. Clover coming up, baby. Let's do it. Load it up on Clove because I trust Tomas to lead us to victory.
We should get started.
You know what's real?
in orbit above the Earth's atmosphere, recorded on the monitors.
Yo, what's up, bro? You been peeking in that Discord? Yeah, I have. It's good. I've been in the Discord, bro. It's pretty good, man. I've been learning from it. They have a bunch of educational videos too. They have like free books and stuff too. That's cool, man. I'm trying out their trading strategy now and see how it works, man. I'm gonna see now.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
Just gotta hope for the best, man.
Fundamentally peaceful, man.
I'm gonna let. Normally, I don't hold trades as long as he do, but I think why his trades are much more successful is because I trade large market stocks. He trades low market stocks, so he makes a lot more than me because of that, and I noticed that. So I'm gonna try to see what he does, and I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna see how it works, man. Hopefully it works out in my favor. If I start to see more money coming in, then that's just the way it's got to go. I mean, obviously he's a better trader than me, but I'm gonna see how it goes, man. The only reason why I say that is because, before I make trades, my strategy is more of find support and resistance levels. But of course, he just jumps in because he sees a future in it. Yeah, but I ain't worried about that because he can lose $1 million too. So, it's just his success rate is so much higher than mine. Like he'll be like, hey, this is about to take off. And suddenly goes, I mean, yes, I've been missing them, but it's like, damn, I'm just going to listen to this guy. I wouldn't be able to pull that off. Yeah, it's crazy. See, like me, I mark support resistance, the diagonal lines and, Fibonacci retracement stuff. That's how I trade. But we'll see, man. We'll see how this goes. I think it'll be good. Like, I see nothing but people starting off with $1,000. I wasn't the person to go, ooh, look, I'm going to do whatever this random guy says. That's what I'm saying. I'm like that too. I'm like if you call a stock and say, hey, you should get this stock, I'll look at it and be like, yeah, once I get to my support resistance level, then I might look it up and see what's going on. But this guy, he knows, man. He knows, he just knows, He knows. I don't know how he knows, but he knows. So I'm not going to ask him any questions. I'm just going to do what the man says, The guy knows, man. He's like the younger version of Jim Cramer. Ta- yeah. I was an AMC at $2 too though. But the man knows, man. The man knows. This cat, he got me jumping in random stocks I know nothing about. Yeah, check out the stocks X. He was like, check out this stock XXQVX. I'm like, all right, bye. But you know, normally I'm like, nah, I gotta look in this company and see what it's about and stuff like that. But the guy knows, man. He knows. So I'm just gonna be patient and see what happens, you know? Yeah, you know, he knows. So I think I'm done trading for the rest of the week. I'm gonna see how this goes, man. See how this goes. This guy knows, man. Let me see what else he got going on.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
Right now the market is rewarding chasers. It won't always be like this. Yeah, I know. Crazy though, man. But I like it, man. They do all the research for you. Can't beat that. Well, on the bright side of it is, you know, I don't mind waiting a little bit because, you know, back then it was a little bit harder to wait because COVID. But now, it's like, you're straight, man. And it's free. I like that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And it's free.
Fundamentally peaceful, man.
Hold on, let's see what's going on here.
With MailChimp's recommendation smarts, you'll get insights on what people are more likely to buy next. To help you create an effective
He knows, guys. He knows.
your highest value customers.
I left AT&T. Didn't know about the taxes and fees.
I said Sprint back. Who likes contracts?
T-Mobile, I said bye. The real price was too high.
I got Spectrum Mobile now, so I can save.
We both got Spectrum Mobile. So we
the planet's health. We're also improving our own health. We know it's much healthier in a building to not have the threat of gas, and we certainly know there are all kinds of health and safety risks with gas.
This is, of course, a movement we've seen across the country. And along with that, utility companies certainly pushing back in a very significant way. What kind of pushback have you
I'll
gotten
be right
from
back, chat.
PG&E? The company obviously has their own financial issues stemming from the wildfires out in California, but they've got to take a significant hit from a movement.
Going to eat some food, but if you do type in the chat, I'll come back and still read it, and I'll probably type something in the chat to respond.
The wholesaler.
Going to leave my chart up though.
So they don't actually lose in this whole calculus, at least out here in California. They've been supportive and encouraging it. We certainly have plenty of other challenges with PG&E, but that's not one of them. They've been a supportive partner in our transition to an electrified future.
How is all of this, the conversation happening in tandem with obviously the state government as well as the federal government? There's a lot of talk here with the Biden administration, particularly with Vice President Kamala Harris coming from California, that what has played out in the state is potentially being used as a template to shape the federal policy on climate.
Well, we think that's certainly important, but California faces a very big challenge that is not unique. Certainly, we know other parts in the country face as well, which is around grid resilience. And an awful lot needs to be invested in the grid to ensure that we can have more reliable power if we're going to make this transition to an electrified economy. And that's going to take a lot of federal and state investment as well. And so it's important. We hear a lot about microgrids these days. That's critically important as we battle the various natural disasters and challenges that all of our communities face. Those kinds of investments, I think, are going to be critical for us as we transition to ensure that we're not pushing folks off of one cliff as we are trying to save them from another.
Yeah, Mayor Liccardo, I mean, California's big push here also comes at an interesting time when it stems from the kind of tech exodus we've been talking about. You were out with a new op-ed, basically putting this into context, saying, you know, it's not all tech's fault, in an op-ed titled Silicon Valley Exodus, Stop Blaming Tech, to use the exact title. When you look at that issue, obviously, I suppose, you know, California's green initiative could bring a lot of businesses focused on that space to the state. But specifically what you're seeing there, I mean, how do you solve that issue if you do have a rather large amount of those jobs now fleeing California, San Jose, to other parts of the country like Austin?
Yeah, there's an interesting set of narratives going on right now. What we're hearing a lot is about the move of headquarters, for example, but in the cases of two major companies in San Jose that moved their headquarters, they're actually expanding their employment here in my city. It's just that they're moving the administration and the actual headquarters offices, which tells you it's probably an awful lot of it is about taxes and regulation and a lot less about the talent. The talent is still very much here. They want to be here. They know this is where the engineering, computer science, and many other high skill, talented workforce members of the workforce are, and they want to continue to be here. But they know that the costs are constraining them in various ways, and certainly taxes are part of that. Obviously, the cost of living is the giant challenge. And really, the op-ed was about the fact that if we really want to find solutions, it's important for political leaders to stop blaming tech and start focusing on those solutions, because there are solutions out there if we have the political will to tackle these great challenges like housing costs.
What are some of those solutions? How do you make the pitch to another company that's in San Jose, that's in the Valley right now, sort of thinking maybe I should follow suit? Because to your point, the costs are in fact really high to operate in California.
Yeah, no question. And let's face it, they're always going to be high. That's always been that way. We're less concerned, or at least I'm less concerned, about the movement of a few headquarters or a couple billionaires to other states. I'm much more concerned about whether we can continue to be the place where young innovators, where small companies want to be and to scale. That really is a critical issue for the future of our region. And in terms of reducing those barriers to entry, and let's face it, there are many certainly at the state level, regulatory barriers, tax barriers, but there's a lot we can do to reduce housing costs together. Part of it is in local control. Certainly, we've got a lot of suburban communities that are not eager to build dense housing. They're not interested because of the financial pressures on cities and the way the state finance is regulated. They tend to lose money on the production of housing that is in their city budgets. And so we need to break through some of the local barriers. At the same time, there's a lot of statewide barriers. We have a lot of litigation that is threatened against home builders because of well-intended but misused laws. There's a lot we can do in labor, for example, to try to expand the hiring pool in the trades to reduce construction costs. There's a host of things that we can do, but it requires us being willing to take on some of the sacred cows in politics.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the tax issue, because that is something statewide we're hearing Obviously, if you're going to do the trade-off between California and Texas, taxes are a big incentive there for why you might move. And that stood out to me in your op-ed because you basically said the rule of holes is what you cited. When you find yourself in one, stop digging. And yet we continue to see areas in California move higher on the tax front. You pointed out that San Francisco voters passed 3 business targeted new taxes last year alone. So, I mean, when you look at that, it does seem like California, San Jose, other cities might be in a tough spot when you're kind of in that death spiral of making up this revenue stopgap here by raising taxes, and that leads into a very dark place. So how do you reverse that, though, if you are caught in a time where revenues are tight?
Well, certainly we need to stop, as you mentioned. And by the way, I'm no tax purist here. I'm a Democrat. So like many of my other fellow Democrats, I've certainly advocated for revenues at different times. But we got to recognize when we are simply driving folks out. And already in the state legislature, there are new proposals for taxes. That is not what we need to do at a time of very high unemployment. We've got to recognize the environment for what it is. This is a time to be welcoming employers and not creating more barriers for them.
We're, of course, talking about exits as in some tech companies who are considering moving out. But we started the whole conversation, Mayor, by talking about the growth potential around climate and green energy. And I wonder, when you look at specifically the economic opportunity in San Jose, how rapid is that growth right now? And what do you anticipate from some of this build out for a lot of companies who have now, in fact, come to California because of the regulations that are there that enable them to really dabble in what is likely to be some of this energy of the future?
Yeah, there's no question that when government is working well, we are really collaborating well with industry to understand how we can play a role in creating and paving a path for innovative clean tech for the solar and the wind of tomorrow to really be able to expand. I think, as we look to the future, we know that it's around battery storage and energy storage that's going to be critical to ensure that many of our renewable energies will be successful and to ensure that we can really move toward a more electrified future. And so I think you're going to see an awful lot of investment and focus over the next couple of years here in Silicon Valley around storage and everything else we need to do to ensure we can create some resiliency and localize sources of generation, in part because of the challenges with the grid and in part because we just know it's a more efficient way to be able to green our economy.
San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo, it's always good to talk to you. Appreciate your time today.
It's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Coming up, the prospects for cannabis reform. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden weighs in on the debate. And
thank you. You're clear.
The war on drugs has failed. A wide-ranging conversation with a Democratic lawmaker. That's coming up after the break. Democratic control of the Senate has significantly altered the prospects for cannabis reform. One senator spearheading the effort to legalize marijuana says it could provide a big boost to small businesses across the country. Let's bring in Jessica Smith. Jessica, you spoke to Senator Ron Wyden in Oregon, who is one of 3 senators who's really been spearheading this effort.
Right. He's one of 3 who is trying to put together a legislation for comprehensive cannabis reform. That's one of his big priorities this year. The chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, though, has a lot of things on his to-do list. So we talked about some other issues that the committee is going to be tackling this year as well. Let's watch.
What we're trying to do is to end the failed federal policy on cannabis, and it starts with the prohibition. What we're talking about in our efforts, the 3 of us, Senator Schumer, Senator Booker, and myself, is we want to get rid of the prohibition, and then we want to have sensible regulatory oversight. We want to have sensible tax policy. As the senior Democrat on the Finance Committee, now the chairman, what I'm going to be focused on there is trying to help these small cannabis businesses with their kind of tax situation. I mean, in the past, they haven't even been treated like other businesses. And I also want us to finally recognize that the war on drugs has failed and expunge the records of so many people who are hurt by it.
You said you're focused on the tax issues here with Senate Finance. I mean, what kind of economic impact would this have if marijuana is legalized?
First of all, I'm not going to front run my colleagues. Senator Schumer, Senator Booker, and I have been talking to various organizations. We're still in the draft stage, but I always think that when you can legalize something like this, where millions and millions of Americans have already voted that way, that can be a real plus for the economy. Certainly, it can be a real plus for small businesses, for communities of color, and that's how we're looking at it.
What are you hearing from your Republican colleagues on this?
My Republican colleagues are trying to reconcile some of the views that they've long had, which, we don't think we can support these efforts, with the fact that their voters are way out in front of them. Their voters are saying, look, we're voting for this, come around, it's time to change.
Another big item on your to-do list this year in the Senate Finance Committee is dealing with taxes. President Biden ran on raising taxes on the wealthy, on corporations. Where do you start?
You start with the fact we've got 2 tax codes in America. What I'm telling people is you could have a nurse, for example, in Coos Bay, Oregon, on the beautiful Oregon coast, treating COVID patients. And that nurse pays taxes with every single paycheck, every one. And then you have somebody who's really well connected, has great lawyers and great accountants, and to a great extent, their taxes are optional. They can really pay to a great extent when they feel like it. I want to change that. Everybody ought to pay their fair share.
So in the past, you've called for revamping the way capital gains are taxed. Your plan that you proposed in 2019 would tax unrealized gains each year for high earners. Is that something you're going to pursue this Congress?
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We recently looked at some published reports, and their data sets are associated with it, that said something like 600 billionaires recently, if they had been paying taxes during the pandemic at regular rates, the kind of rates that we have today, it pretty much could have covered the stimulus checks. So we've got to have a system that ensures that everyone pays, and it ought to give everybody in America the opportunity to get ahead. That's what I'm looking at.
So would that mean you would consider that mark-to-market approach again?
I certainly think that for those who are billionaires, the tax code should not be optional. We're looking at a variety of different approaches.
Is Senator Warren's wealth tax one of those approaches? I know she said, as a new member of your committee, she's going to introduce that legislation.
Senator Warren has been a champ for working families, and her ideas are important. We've got a lot of members with important ideas. And look, Senator Warren shares my view that if you have a nurse, who's paying taxes with every single paycheck, and you have people who are well connected and their to a great extent doing something very differently and not paying for long periods of time. That's not right.
With a 50-50 split in the Senate, do you think we should expect another reconciliation bill for the next fiscal year with tax hikes in it?
Certainly, we've already been voting on that issue. I supported the Rubio amendment. We're not going to have tax hikes during the pandemic. I also support President Biden's proposal with respect to $400,000. I think those are going to be the key criteria.
My last question, really quickly, impeachment is getting started, the impeachment trial. Do you think there's any chance that 17 of your Republican colleagues vote to convict?
I'm a juror, so I'm not going to get in the position of predicting this or predicting that. I know, and I said this from the very beginning, to have unity, to move on, you've got to have accountability. That's what this week starts.
That trial does get started in a little over an hour, and we have heard from the chairs of the various Senate committees. This morning, they are saying this is not going to distract from COVID relief. This is still going to be a priority. It's going to be what we're working on in addition to this impeachment trial. Zach.
All right, Jessica Smith, appreciate that. We're going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live, but when we return, breaking down the fears of another bubble in the housing market. While prices continue to rise, we'll break that down with LendingTree's chief economist right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back. Home prices are on the rise, with many beginning to mention the bubble word, and we are seeing home prices outstrip the 20% jump in incomes and 30% jump in rental prices. So maybe that could be true with home prices up 60% since 2012, but just because prices are moving higher, does that necessarily mean we are in a bona fide bubble? Here to discuss that with us is our next guest, Tendai Kapfidze, who is the chief economist at LendingTree, joining us now alongside Yahoo Finance's Jen Rogers here to chat all of this. And Tendai, I mean, when we look at it, you guys were kind of posing this question in a news survey, and I was surprised to see about 4 in 10 Americans believe that we are on track to maybe crash here. The real estate market set to crash at some point in 2021. How realistic is that in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that people have that expectation, especially considering the rapid increase we've seen in home prices over the past year and just how busy the housing market got despite COVID. I do think those expectations are a bit overblown. You know, there's a lot of factors that are supporting these high housing prices. One is really low mortgage rates. Another one is a lack of inventory. And the third one is, a bit of shifting in the mix of things that people desire from their homes. But I think fundamentally, when you look at the state of the housing market, let's say compared to 2007, 2008, which is what a lot of people think of when they think of a bubble bursting, it's in a far healthier place. Lending standards have been much tighter over the past 10 years or so than they were prior to the last crisis. And then importantly, the government has much more experience and is much better placed to do interventions within the housing market to kind of stem any potential bubble popping, things like forbearance and loan modifications. So while I do expect that the housing market might not be as hot in 2021 as it was in 2020, I wouldn't expect that we're in a bubble that would burst.
One of the things that struck me about your study is this number you had: a quarter of consumers no longer want to live the big city life. We've been talking a lot about this shift that has happened during the pandemic. How much of that do you think is a temporary shift, and how much of that you think is a permanent one?
Yeah, I also think this idea of people leaving large cities is a little bit overplayed as well. We actually looked at the data, and what we found is that most people who move within the city that they already live in. That's about 85% of people who move. And then about another 15% move from one big city to another big city. The proportion of people who move from a large city to, say, a small town is really small at around 2%. And so, this idea that people are leaving large cities in droves for smaller towns, one, is not borne out by the data, and two, is just not realistic because those small towns really just don't have the inventory or the capacity to absorb all these people who live in large cities right now. So it may be something that people are expressing as a desire because of the coronavirus, but it's certainly not something that people are acting upon in a meaningful way.
Following up on Akiko's question, just the geography of what we're seeing across the country. I mean, looking around what's happening in New York versus what's happening in South Florida, could we be seeing micro bubbles certain places? Maybe it's not overall, going back to 2008, but South Florida is seeing huge appreciation in the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the possibility of micro bubbles is certainly higher than the possibility of an overall bubble within the United States. And I think South Florida also has a very kind of special risk. People are getting more and more concerned around, risks of climate change, risk of flooding, and so on. So a lot of these homes that are getting bid up in a place like South Florida, if we continue to see bigger and bigger weather events, I think that could certainly put a damper, excuse the language, put a damper on some of that hot growth in areas that are at risk from climate change, whether that be floods or fires, as we see in some of the western states.
Yeah, and Tendai, I mean, another one of those markets, Texas might be overlooked, as we've learned in prior discussions on real estate, but Austin certainly another one of those markets seeing a big boost here. In terms of that bubble question, though, I feel like there's a point to be made about maybe the pull forward of some of the, the levers that get pulled in easing some of the buying demand here. And I imagine, Goldman Sachs out talking about the real estate impact of interest rates maybe rising sooner than some people expect. What's the impact on first-time buyers that you would see come through there if we do see rates rise sooner than expected? And what are maybe some of those first things you're watching to see if we're in a cooling off period?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? So the challenge with, really low interest rates is that they kind of get capitalized into home prices, and they end up with home prices rising faster and faster. And we've seen home prices rising since 2012 about 3 times the rate of income. And that is not great for first-time home buyers because they don't have another house that they already own to sell to enable them to buy the next house. And so, if we see rates kind of start to increase sooner, and that puts a damper on home prices, strangely enough, that might actually be a little bit helpful to first-time home buyers. But the biggest challenge for many first-time home buyers is really not the interest rate. The bigger challenge is the down payment, and I think this is where some of the policies that have been proposed by the new Biden administration might be helpful, including a $15,000 down payment assistance that comes up front instead of as a tax benefit a year later, as historically these things have been done. So, there's some hope, I think, for first-time home buyers in some of this new legislation that might pass from the Biden administration. But the current state of the market makes it really difficult for them because there's so much demand and there's so many kind of, wealthier buyers, I guess, who are in the market as well.
You seem pretty optimistic overall and with our ability to deal with anything that comes our way. Do you think we're done with the boom bust cycle in real estate?
No, I think a bit of it is, that's kind of the nature, of the market. You kind of, you get periods of acceleration and deceleration. The question of whether it's a bust really has to do with whether you get widespread price decreases, right? I think certainly we're going to get a deceleration in home price increases, if not this year, then, most likely next year. But whether we get a bust, I think it's quite unlikely. There's other, demographic factors also that are supporting the housing market in terms of millennials getting into their peak home buying age. Gen Z is coming up hot on their tails, also starting to get into home buying. So there's a lot of fundamental demand in the market. And then the swings up and down are a lot of them driven by interest rates. And then, unusually last year, this pandemic effect.
Tendai Kafidze is chief economist at LendingTree. It's good to talk to you today. Coming up, turbulence for Boeing potentially on the horizon. Cancellations outpace new sales for the company, at least at the start of the year. We'll discuss how this is likely to weigh on the outlook for the company on the other side. Shares of Boeing seeing a pop in this session, even as the company announced cancellations outpaced new sales in the month of January. Let's bring in Inez Ferre, who's been tracking that stock for us today. And Inez, I guess the good news is the idea here being the worst is behind them, but still not very convincing numbers, at least in the month of January.
Right. For the month of January, cancellations for Boeing are still outpacing new sales. As far as deliveries are concerned, Boeing announced 26 planes last month that were delivered, mostly those 737 MAX jets, which have been cleared for flying again. None of the deliveries, though, were the Dreamliners, and that's somewhat expected because those have been delayed for further inspections on those. You also see that over the last 5 days, industrials, if we take a look at our Wi-Fi Interactive board, those have seen some gains in the last 5 sessions, up more than 2%. Also taking a look at the heavily shorted stocks, which we have been keeping an eye on. Just to show you what's happening with GameStop, that stock is down more than 18% today. If you just take a look at a year-to-date chart, you can see the volatility. It's hard to believe that the stock intraday at one point was over $400 a share. Year to date, it's up 158%, but just keep it declining over the last several sessions. And you can also see the same kind of pattern with AMC, for example. Year to date, up more than 150%, but today also seeing some losses, as well as Express. Same type of pattern that we're seeing a year to date. And then if you just take a look at some of the gainers, those include this V9. This is a Chinese company that just announced some crypto mining initiatives. You've also got some small biotech companies as well. Those are seeing some gains. Time Technologies up 18% on those heavily shorted stocks. Akiko?
Okay, thanks so much for that, Inez. We've got much more coming up here on Yahoo Finance Live, including a conversation with Qualcomm Senior Vice President and the head of the 5G unit, Durga Malati. That's coming up in our next hour. We'll be right back. Welcome to Yahoo Finance Live. I'm Akiko Fujita, along with Zach Guzman, taking a look at where the markets are trading right now. A bit of a breather today after posting that 6-day win streak, but we did see the NASDAQ hitting a new high in the session yet again right now. That's the only one in positive territory right now, at least among the three majors there. The Dow is down 32 points, and the S&P 500 trading pretty flat, down 5. Bitcoin continuing its march to 50,000, although we've seen a bit of a pullback in the session. This coming after Tesla's $1.5 billion investment. Which company is likely to follow? We'll discuss. Plus, inflation risk ahead, the debate over President Biden's $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, why some lawmakers say it risks overheating the economy. And Qualcomm unveils new 5G modems promising ultra-fast internet speeds. We'll be joined by Senior Vice President and Head of 5G, Durga Malati, who will be joining us to discuss the chipmakers' 5G ambitions. Let's begin with our attention on the markets, though, today. As we mentioned, taking a bit of a pullback compared to where we've seen it over the last 6 sessions. Boeing, United Health Group, as well as Walgreens leading the Dow right now, with Boeing the biggest gainer, up about 1.6%. Let's bring in Josh Wine. He is portfolio manager at Hennessy Funds. Josh, there's a number of moving pieces that we've been talking about, largely, though, focused around this discussion about a $1.9 trillion stimulus that is yet to be passed over in Washington. How are you looking at the dynamics at play, and what's the biggest concern as you see the markets push higher?
Sure. Yeah. Good to be with you. Thank you. Yeah, stimulus, it's going to take a while, and I think there's going to have to be, a big compromise. I think, Main Street certainly has fallen, quite behind. They're not trading on the stock market, and if they were, they would still likely be down quite a bit. I think that, consumer confidence, consumer spending rests squarely on the shoulders of a stimulus bill. So certainly stimulus, we need something that's reasonable. It's unfortunately difficult to target stimulus, so it seems like it's a broad brush, and I think that's where the pushback always is we're giving perhaps money to people who don't need it as much as others. So it'll take a while. I think the market cares a lot. I think it's more about timing than it is the amount. I think anything that comes out will be beneficial, and it's a matter of how long it takes.
Josh, the other thing we've been watching is earnings season. Obviously, results have been pretty strong. Earnings per share beat on average so far about 12%. Pretty noticeable outperformance among the consumer discretionary names and technology. I mean, what do you make of maybe which sectors are performing the best here, since there have been some names that we haven't necessarily seen a pop kind of come after some of those beats? So what do you make of how we're looking here as we get farther into 2021?
Sure. Yeah, it's been a great earnings season. And I think that, a couple of takeaways, certainly, I think the sell side that is publishing estimates on companies, they've been quite conservative, and that makes sense. There have been so many unknowns with, the vaccine rollout and things of that nature. I think that we're seeing, lots of beats, as you mentioned. I think we're also seeing a little bit of revenue growth year over year. So I think we're tracking for this current quarter that's being reported at about 2% revenue growth on the S&P 500. So it's nothing to get too excited about, but it could be a lot worse. So, we are in our mid-cap 30 fund are very much exposed to consumer discretionary and staples, and so far so good. But we definitely need some stimulus, in our back to keep that going forward.
You mentioned mid-caps, two specific names that you have highlighted in your notes: BJ's Wholesale Club as well as Big Lots. What makes these two stocks particularly attractive for you right now?
Sure. Yeah. So in our mid-cap 30 fund at Hennessy, we look at earnings growth, valuation, and momentum, stock price momentum. And in each case, they fit squarely in within that construct. So, Big Lots trading at about 11 times forward earnings. It's a nice story that I think gets overlooked because it's a relatively small mid-cap name or a large small cap name, whatever you might want to look at it as. And, they did well throughout the pandemic. They pivoted toward grocery and curbside pickup and what everyone else has been doing. Solid balance sheet, strong dividend. So I think Big Lots is interesting. And BJ's, the same thing. Their growing store count trades at about 16 times forward earnings. So in both cases, quite a discount to a market multiple, which stands at about 23 times. And they're, as I mentioned, growing store count. Strong growth. It's not double-digit type growth, but it's consistent and, generating free cash flow and strong balance sheet. And, and it's a great valuation story, great earnings growth story, and great, stock price momentum of late. And, we'll see what happens.
Josh, there's another one of your ideas here that caught my eye. We were talking about commodities a little bit earlier, but no doubt dividend plays have been, an interesting play here. You highlight the Southern Company as one of those. I mean, Bill Gross was highlighting the opportunity in master limited partnerships, specifically, talking about the pipeline play earlier this year. That was one of his ideas that right now, so far, hasn't necessarily played out. I know it's early, but what do you like when you look at a company like the Southern Company?
Sure. Yeah. So Southern Company, it's definitely different than what, we tend to talk about a lot. It's a little bit more old school, but I think it's as exciting as anything that's new school. So in our Hennessy Gas Utility Fund, the Southern Company is one of our larger holdings. And as you mentioned, to be sure, it's a dividend play, about a 4% yield. The dividend of late has grown at about a 3% clip, so just above the rate of inflation. And utilities have not participated in this rally to the extent the market has, obviously, and we think it's interesting. It's certainly a great counterbalance to some of the more high growth, highly competitive names that have done well of late. But I think that a company like Southern Company deserves people's attention. They're certainly, with their footprint mainly in the southeastern United States, there's a little bit of a catalyst there with just demographic trends and population growth in the South. Certainly, a steady grower. And, I think electric and gas utilities, they're not on people's minds, but I would encourage people to think twice about them. I think they're very interesting.
And finally, you've talked about some concerns around potential micro bubbles that could be forming. And obviously, we're a week or so removed from sort of the height of the Reddit trade. But if we're talking strictly fundamentals and valuations right now, what are your concerns? Is the concern around some of these tech names, or where do you see some of the overheating happening right now?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, very bullish on the market. And when I try to play devil's advocate in my head, I do think about, the prospect of inflation and the prospect of tax reform, raising corporate tax rates. In terms of, bubbles, I don't see any bubbles now. I think what went on with the Reddit stocks is certainly as of now more interesting than it is important. But certainly if that were to happen again, and it seems inevitable that type of thing will happen from time to time, I just think to myself that it can feed on itself. It does, in the minds of individual investors, kind of has the effect of perhaps diminishing their confidence in the market. And nothing makes me cringe more than the idea that the market is a casino or that it's rigged. And I think it's neither. But I think that those episodes, are, I don't know if there are victims, there are losers, and it's unfortunate. I don't see those as typical bubbles because they're not predicated on, this is the next big thing like we saw in 2000 with some of these .com names. I think this is pure, opportunism and momentum plays, and not based on fundamentals at all, as we know. But yeah, I think that is a distraction that could become material if it were to happen again and more frequently.
Yeah, something a lot of investors certainly keeping a close watch on. Josh Wine, portfolio manager at Hennessy Funds. It's good to talk to you today. Well, as Congress debates the $1.9 trillion plan, some economists and lawmakers are raising concerns the size of the stimulus threatens to overheat the economy. Let's bring in Rick Newman for that. And Rick, you've got a column out today on this. One of those leading voices, of course, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who put out an op-ed last week that prompted current Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen to take to the airwaves over the weekend, saying essentially that, look, we've got the tools in place to keep inflation in check. But you say that may not necessarily be the case.
Right. It's not just Republicans looking for ways to ding the Democrats for the next huge stimulus plan. There are some Democrats who don't necessarily think this is the wrong thing to do, but they're just saying, look, we do need to be aware of inflation. And you've got a lot of people saying inflation, like, what are you talking about? We haven't had inflation since like 1977. But what actually is likely to happen is, so if Biden gets this bill, it's going to be a total of about $6 trillion in federal stimulus spending during a 12-month period. The last recession, we only had 780 billion. So we're talking 6 to 7 times the amount of federal relief and stimulus spending as the last time around. And that probably is going to lead to a kind of a hot economy by later this year, probably a lot of spending on things if the coronavirus vaccines start to work and consumers start to be free to leave home and travel a little bit and go out and do stuff. And believe it or not, we actually are seeing relatively high inflation in some consumer products already, such as appliances and other parts of the economy. So I think what we are likely to see is pockets of inflation. We could see the CPI, for example, hit 3 or 4% in a given month or 2 or 3, which is above the Fed's target. So the question is, will that bother the Fed if it happens? Or are they just going to say, no, we're fine, we're going to ride it out, we don't think we need to reverse our easy policy? So I think this is going to get a little bit interesting later this year. Most economists do not agree with Larry Summers that we're going to have inflation that is at a troubling level, however.
Yeah, and I mean, Rick, obviously, when we look at it, some forecasters have been moving forward their targets for not just the Fed raising rates, but also tapering their purchases as well. Obviously, the market is, again, very different from the underlying economy, and we've heard that stress from Fed Chair Jerome Powell many times, talking about trying to create a bridge for those at the bottom rung of the wealth ladder here. When you look at maybe some of the moves here from Democrats, though, I'd be curious to get your take on where they're looking to negotiate, because we talk so much about unity. What do you make of maybe the small things that Democrats might be looking to do in terms of maybe lowering the threshold in terms of where we see stimulus checks phased out? Is that enough to maybe make good on this idea of unity? I know the Democrats are kind of stuck in a tough spot.
There's no unity. The Democrats really only need to negotiate among themselves because they do have that one vote majority in the Senate. So what Democrats need to do is completely agree among themselves on what they're going to vote on, and then vote on it. So it seems to me they thought about lowering the threshold, the income thresholds for people who are going to get that additional $1,400 check, decided against it. So it's probably going to be what we've been familiar with, 75, if phase out at 75,000 for an individual or 150,000 for a couple. The one thing that I think is not going to be in the relief bill is an increase in the minimum wage mainly for technical reasons. Because it probably will not go by the so-called reconciliation rules. We can talk about that another time. And maybe Democrats are not going to pass a $1.9 trillion bill. I look for something, maybe $1.5 trillion. Again, that remains a ton of stimulus when you add it all up compared with what we did during the last recession.
Yeah, quite a big boost, and we'll see what the final number comes out to be. But clearly, Democrats, as you said, leaning into going full steam ahead with their own plans here. Rick Newman, appreciate you joining us on that front. Want to highlight in our stocks on the move here, one name we are watching in today's session, seeing quite the pop after reporting earnings earlier today. Canopy Growth shares up more than 10%, as you can see there. Interesting to see the results that the Canadian cannabis giant did post, including a lower than expected adjusted EBITDA loss. We've been talking about their growth for quite some time. Net revenues also jumped 23% to $152.5 million Canadian. Importantly, the company also restored medium-term financial targets, predicting that it will reach positive adjusted EBITDA in the back half of its next fiscal year. And it didn't really lean into the ideas that a big boost of that would be coming from changes in the U.S. Of course, Canopy already has its deal in place to acquire Acreage, a multi-state operator here, once legalization comes through. But the timeline is still a lot of questions around that as we wait to see what the Senate plans to do on that front. We'll be chatting with the CEO of Canopy Growth later on Yahoo Finance Live today at around 4:30. David Klein will join the afternoon show. I'll be interviewing him for more on what they see on that legalization front, as well as the joint efforts now being put in place. But again, David Klein joining us later on Yahoo Finance Live. We're going to take a quick break on the show, but when we return, we'll be discussing the big push outside of 5G devices with Qualcomm, and Yahoo Finance's Dan Halley will break that down on what they have planned on that front right after this. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We've been talking a lot about 5G, and a lot of the focus has been on phones, 5G-enabled phones. But Qualcomm is releasing a new chip for connecting devices to 5G networks that it hopes will be adopted outside of just what we're talking about in phones, and potentially also challenge Wi-Fi networks out there as well. It's an interesting new opportunity, so I want to break that down here. Joining us to discuss is Qualcomm SVP and head of 5G, Durga Malati, alongside Yahoo Finance's Dan Howley. And Durga, appreciate you coming on here to chat this. I mean, so much about 5G is focused on phones. But what do you make of maybe the opportunity outside of just that?
Look, the way we actually look at this is that we are really increasing the pace of innovation in 5G. We are already in year 3 of 5G, and this is our 4th generation of 5G modems. So there's a lot to unpack in the announcement that we made. On one hand, there's a lot of consumer-centric applications that are going to be driven by this modem. This is the very first 5G modem that actually breaks the 10 gigabit barrier. It's capable of 10 gigabits per second in your smartphone. The more you think about it, it's quite staggering just to look at it that way. But it also enables a large number of new vertical industries. And this is the real goal of 5G. This is what we've been driving towards. So the second generation, also known as release 16 of 5G, is the one that actually drives 5G adoption into all kinds of new industries, whether it's industrial automation, enterprise applications, fixed wireless services, and whatnot.
Durga, this is Dan. I want to talk about kind of the applications that you discussed. 10 gigabits per second, obviously a huge jump in speed compared to standard 4G LTE. Just to give you an idea, there's gigabit 4G LTE, but out in the wild, I guess, being the street or wherever, where do you expect these speeds to really land? Because obviously 10 gigabits per second is in a lab in perfect conditions. And then as far as expanding into the space with industrial manufacturing, things along those lines, how do you expect this to improve those kinds of opportunities?
Yeah, these are good questions, by the way. I'm going to actually split that into 2 parts. So one thing to actually always remember is that we've stated that in the past, that when we talk of these very high peak data rates of 10 gigabits per second, the way to think about this is that for an average consumer on a smartphone, it really starts raising the bar on the guaranteed data rates, the minimum data rates, along with the average user experience. So it's not so much just about the peak data rates, but that very high peak data rate allows you to get to average data rates. Imagine you're just walking around and you can just take 1 gigabit per second for granted. I mean, that's quite something. So that actually already improves the overall user experience for existing applications on smartphones while enabling new ones. But the other way of looking at this is, let's take a look at where exactly do we start seeing these really high data rates come in. Fixed wireless applications is a good example of that. This is a place where you're talking of working from either in remote areas or working from home or in enterprise, where you are basically making sure that you have some kind of an equivalent wireline experience, but using wireless. So consumer premises equipment, which is something that is put outdoor, it allows you to get to those very high gigabit data rates at home. Now, starting from last summer onwards, you might have seen some of the announcements that we made where we were extending the range of what you could do by getting gigabit per second at 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers globally. We started actually in rural Wisconsin and went all the way to Australia and Italy, and where we showed you can get these extremely high data rates no matter where you are. So fixed wireless is a good application which is already coming up. Then when you go into factory automation, industrial IoT as it is called, that's a place where these very high data rates and the high capacity of 5G is going to be critical, along with a lot of new attributes on latency reduction and reliability. So in that sense, we are truly hitting our stride with 5G applications enabled by the range of these the products that we just announced, starting with the X65 modem that's capable of 10 gigabits.
I guess, when do you think these will come to user smartphones and be more readily available in general?
So our product lines that we announced, they are sampling right now. We're already working with smartphone OEMs. And we expect commercialization towards the tail end of this year. It really depends upon the OEMs, but that's the direction in which we are heading towards. This is in smartphones.
Durga, let's talk about your footprints in China, where we have really seen this 5G race heat up. You, of course, have been working alongside some of the biggest smartphone makers there in terms of using the Qualcomm 5G chips, including Xiaomi and Oppo, but you've essentially been banned from providing components to the largest smartphone maker there, Huawei, since 2019. When you look at your market share now, down to roughly 25%, how much runway do you see in that market, given that you can't do business with the largest player there?
One of the interesting things that we have observed with 5G is that it's always, every time there's a new generation, a lot of new OEMs actually start stepping up to the plate. And we have seen exactly the same thing this time around. You've seen multiple other Chinese OEMs stepping up to the plate, moving not just in domestic China, but also moving outside China into Europe. And we've seen a couple of launches in the US as well. So in that sense, as Qualcomm, we continue to work with the Chinese smartphone makers, along with a lot of the ecosystem over there, as we expand globally, working with all of our traditional partners as well.
Yes, certainly competition heating up there. A lot of Taiwanese makers also looking to move in the space aggressively. Durga Malati, Qualcomm SVP and head of 5G. Thanks so much for joining us today. And our thanks to Dan Howley as well for joining in on the interview. Let's do a quick check of the markets right now, because we have seen the Dow now paring some of its losses in the session, hitting an intraday high. It is trading just above that 31,000 level. The Nasdaq also hitting a high in the session, and the S&P 500 still trading pretty flat. Coming up, we're discussing the Bitcoin rally. Tesla's $1.5 billion investment pushing the cryptocurrency to a new high, but Fundstrat Global Advisors expects it to double to 100,000. We'll speak to the firm's lead digital asset strategist. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We're seeing Bitcoin taking a slight breather today, but continuing that march to 50,000 after hitting a new record in the session yesterday on the announcement Tesla is investing $1.5 billion in Bitcoin. Our next guest has more than doubled this price target for Bitcoin to $100,000 and says corporate crypto buyers will be a key catalyst for demand. Let's bring in David Grider. He is Fundstrat's lead digital asset strategist. And David, as soon as we got that announcement from Tesla yesterday, automatically it became speculation about who was jumping in next. How much of that investment coming in from Elon Musk do you think really changes the game for, or gives cover really to a lot of these companies that were already thinking about investing in digital assets?
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. One of our theses that we put out when we did our 2020 Outlook call 2 weeks ago was that, we thought for fundamental reasons, actually, you could see a number of corporate buyers taking positions in, not just Bitcoin, but crypto more generally. And, I think there's been a lot of talk in the media and, with some maybe potential critics about, this being, perhaps something that's a risky thing to do with corporate balance sheets or something that's, purely speculatively motivated for a lot of these companies. But, one of the reasons that we thought it's really important to think about this differently is we think about these crypto networks and the reasons corporates would want to own them is there's a lot of utility being provided by these networks, and it can be very disruptive to some corporate business models, which we'll talk about in a bit. But there's real reasons that you'd want to own some of these crypto assets to really also, as a disruption hedge or as a complementary way to, increase revenue to your business.
Yeah, when we talk about the risk reward, I mean, it's hard to maybe look back to 2017, the last time we saw the big bust, or right in kind of the aftermath of that run up, and say that could happen again. But I don't want to rule it out. But when you weigh kind of this move from Tesla and just the money flowing in from institutional investors, talk to me about maybe how the risks are maybe diminished when you look at kind of a fundamental analysis of where the market's at now.
That's how it's used. I think people, there's certainly a narrative around, the inflation hedge and the digital gold. But, I think more important even than that, eventually is how the technology can really be impactful to businesses and what it can do to be transformative. So, if we just take a couple examples and explain why, this transition from platform or from companies to platforms to networks is important. What we're seeing is it's like with crypto networks, right? These are a new form of organizational model, right? And it's kind of like the internet. As more businesses and users join these things, the value of them, increases, right? And the utility rises, and people join because there is, really disruptive utility in this technology. So if we take an example like Bitcoin, just give a tangible comparison to something like PayPal. Obviously, PayPal has adopted the use of crypto and Bitcoin. But Bitcoin, the payments are really 3 times larger, growing 12 times faster, and 99% cheaper. And, that's something that's disruptive. And I think over the long term, if you think about how do you, as a business, competing against something like that as an alternative, how do you hedge your business and how do you kind of stay relevant? Well, one, you can adopt it. But it's not the same dynamic like with Facebook and Instagram before, where, previously, if you had the ability to buy, Instagram out, right, when they were a transformative competitor to Facebook, you didn't have that anymore with these networks. So you have to buy a piece of the network, and you have to, adopt it in your use. And if its value offsets your revenue loss in the future at some point, that's something that could happen.
David, you mentioned that you expect this to really go beyond Bitcoin, obviously other digital assets that could get a big lift on the back of this. What particularly are you watching on that front?
Yeah, so I think, as Bitcoin rises, given the size of the network, you're going to see obviously capital flows within the crypto economy move down to other assets. And, but I think there's fundamental reasons too, because there's a lot of use cases beyond Bitcoin. And payments. I mean, if you think about something like Ethereum, which we've been on here talking about before, we think about it like a potential, new way of cloud computing, right? So it could be a potential cloud network platform. You could see some of these DeFi network platforms, really kind of disrupting traditional fintech or, finance business models. And, I think something may be complementary. And if you think about Bitcoin and some of the mineable cryptocurrencies, and this is coming back to Tesla, is the energy space and the way that Bitcoin and mineable cryptocurrencies with their ability to really convert energy through this mining. And I can talk about the details for newer folks, but you can convert energy in almost arbitrage, again, across different types of energy, across different geographic locations. And that's something really interesting that we can talk about.
Yeah, I want to have you back to kind of dig into the DeFi opportunities there too, because that's quickly developing. But one of my favorite stories in the Bitcoin space was a miner using the heat from their rig to grow tomatoes in a greenhouse. We've seen some very interesting use cases out there. But David Greider, Fundstrat lead digital asset strategist, appreciate you coming back on, man. Be well. We're going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live, but when we return, we'll be breaking down the growth in the e-com space and how Amazon's stacking up, as well as a discussion with one of the companies out there investing in Amazon's growing third-party seller business. We'll discuss that with Thrasio out with a new funding round. Stay with us. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. A couple milestones to note here in what has been a very strong start to February for the overall indices. We can see here the Dow and the NASDAQ in the green, the S&P 500, the lone index, just slightly below break even today, but all three, including the Russell 2000, hit record highs today in the session. We'll continue to track that and bring you updates as we see them play out. But right now, I want to shift our focus to one of the stories we saw play out last year that spilled over into 2021. That would be the strength of e-commerce and the battle going on in that space as others chase to catch up and catch Amazon. Here to discuss that with us is Larry Chang, managing partner at Volition Capital. And Larry, I mean, Amazon's been focused on this space, but what's interesting to me is kind of the shift of their attention over to the cloud side of the business, including that changeover in the CEO role as Jeff Bezos moves on. But how important is their lead in the retail space going to be as they still take on, pretty big giants in Walmart and others?
Well, Amazon is the dominant e-commerce player today, and they will stay that way for the next 10 years. But we do think they will be on a secular decline in market share because the big box retailers are investing in e-commerce quite effectively. The Shopify ecosystem is expanding aggressively, and there's tremendous amount of venture dollars that are pouring into various specialty e-commerce players like we did with Chewy in the pet food vertical or Wayfair in the furniture vertical, and other upstart players are competing well against Amazon in some of those specialty areas.
Yeah, Larry, I think it's interesting you highlight that. And in your notes, you say Amazon can be beaten, which sounds like you've got a lot of conviction behind that call. That's a pretty bold one. And in the past, when you look at some of these specialized players, the idea has been to partner with an Amazon. Some have been acquired by Amazon. You think we're starting to see a bit of pushback on something like that?
Yeah, so I do think Amazon can be beaten, but let me say more specifically in specific specialty verticals. If a business is completely focused on winning a customer in a particular area, whether it's grocery, pet, furniture, pharmacy, alcohol delivery, These are areas where if an entire business is focused on it, they can provide a premium service, a better community, a stronger merchandising, better content for that customer in those categories. And there have been billions of dollars created by companies like Chewy, Wayfair, and Carvana who have specialized and won. So yes, we do think Amazon can be beaten in these areas. Will Amazon be beaten in e-commerce as a whole? Probably not. I mean, Amazon is doing tremendously well. There's great secular growth drivers for them, but in specialty verticals, they can.
And then just kind of to tie it back to the cloud space too, I mean, how does it maybe matter in terms of the trade-off there? And not to say that they can't focus on both things at the same time, because let's be honest, it's Amazon. But I mean, obviously these other retailers in catching up might be putting their own attention so heavily into the retail race when you look at a Walmart or some of the other names you mentioned there.
The great advantage of Amazon and retail is that they don't have to make money on retail. So they have AWS, they are the internet infrastructure provider for the internet. They are an outsourced third-party fulfillment capability for a number of e-commerce brands. They have a massive online ad network through their third-party online retail business. All of this generates cash, which enables them to keep their core first-party e-commerce business at a low margin, a low price point. They can make massive strategic investments over decade-long periods. And there's no other retailer in the world that doesn't have to make money on retail, and that is the advantage that Amazon has. And that's why I think they will continue to make those investments in the cloud, and they will continue to compete in those ways.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we talk so much about Amazon is because it does feel like they really own the full stack. It's not just about the platform itself. It's about the logistics play. It's about the cloud play. When you look at all of the growth outside of Amazon, though, what kind of opportunities does that open up for somebody like you as an investor? I mean, what are some of these areas, whether it's a Shopify or some other players out there who are supporting in the cloud space, who are helping with the infrastructure, that you think you see real opportunities for growth?
Well, as a big experiment, our entire team has decided not to shop on Amazon for the last month. So we're in the last week of that experiment. And what I've learned from that is the Shopify ecosystem is competitive. The retailers that have built on that platform, when it comes to an end user experience, you're getting competitive experience on one-click shopping. You're getting a competitive experience on fulfillment notification. Where you're not getting a full competitive experience within the Shopify retailers is their fulfillment capability is not up to speed with Amazon yet. That will need to evolve over time. But that ecosystem is growing. I think there's a number of retailers that are platforming on Shopify rather than on Amazon. And so I think you can see growth there. The big box retailers like Target's now a $10 billion e-commerce business. Home Depot's a $10 billion e-commerce business. Nordstrom's and Best Buy, half of their business is on e-com. And so you're seeing acquisitions and investments being made by traditional players that is also growing their share in the e-com space as well.
All right, Larry Chang, managing partner at Volition Capital. Good luck with the last days of that experiment. Appreciate you joining us to chat that. I want to shift over. I mean, we talk so much about Amazon as being that giant e-commerce play. It's due in large part, though, to something we don't talk about maybe as often, which would be those third-party sellers on the platform. One company out there focusing on those entrepreneurial startups, if you want to call them that, on the Amazon ecosystem is Thrasio, a company that's announcing a new $750 million fundraise on the heels of a $500 million debt raise just last month. So what is this company using all the money for, and where is the growth opportunity there? Here to discuss that with us is the co-CEO of Thrasio. Josh Silberstein joins us now alongside Yahoo Finance's Dan Roberts. And Josh, I mean, it's a big raise here, and we talk so much about how big this platform is. Clearly a lot of opportunities for companies like yours to scoop up these third-party businesses. So talk to me about how that works.
Well, I think the thing to remember is that each of these third-party businesses was started by somebody who was an entrepreneur, who set out to build something, either to support themselves, to support their family. And I don't think we come in and scoop anybody up. I think what we do is we find companies that have reached a point where they're successful, but maybe don't have the resources to really do everything they'd like to keep doing. And we give them the ability to find a great exit, to be able to actually turn what they've done into a success for themselves and put themselves in a great position.
Josh, Dan Roberts here. There are a lot of misconceptions maybe about being an Amazon third-party seller. Maybe some of them are not misconceptions, but a lot of people believe, that the search results are often unfair, or at least kind of weighed one way if you use Amazon services. I guess I'd ask you, you guys have proven a track record of buying up these third-party sellers and being able to pretty quickly improve their sales. So what is it that most are missing? What's the secret sauce? What are some of the things that they're not doing? And then you acquire them and say, here are the areas where you can rapidly improve your sales and your listings on Amazon.
So I think it breaks down to two things, right? If you're somebody who's been able to build a couple of $1 million business and you're growing on Amazon, there comes a day when you realize you need to manage a global supply chain and a massive marketing effort and your own creative team and your operations and a legal effort. And the level of complexity required to do all of those things well at the same time is not the sort of thing that you can do with a 2-person team or a 3-person team. And there comes a point sort of structurally in the evolution of those businesses when the way in which you succeed is not by simply being a really scrappy, really thoughtful entrepreneur who's come up with a great product, but by being a complete service, by being able to actually do all of the different things that you need to do to be a success, not just well, but extremely well. And so I think that's really the point at which we get involved, the point at which we sort of are talking to sellers and buying their businesses is they've gotten to a point where they've done what they can and they just recognize that what you need is not a 3-person team, it's the 700+ person team that we have that spends, every day and every night thinking about all of those different problems. So I think it's one, sort of being able to actually put the right resources to work to drive success, but also there's a level of expertise that is very difficult to acquire in this space without earning it, without seeing millions and millions of transactions. And the kinds of best practices that we've developed that allow us to, see a 30% increase in revenue in most companies we buy from the 2 months before to the 2 months after, that's not something which can be codified as it's simple as this or as simple as that. It's frankly a fairly difficult and deep set of operating principles.
And Josh, Thrasio is not a consumer-facing name yet, and maybe it doesn't need to be. I mean, really, you guys are a portfolio of brands, and I know once you acquire the brands, you keep their name intact. But I guess I'd ask you, I think a little bit of Fanatics in the sports merchandise business, which now, of course, is more often, putting its own name on things and becoming more of a household name. I'd ask you whether eventually you guys aim for Thrasio to be known to consumers, or you can remain kind of behind the scenes and you're just the owner of all these other brands.
Well, I think Thrasio is a well-known name in the business environment. I think third-party sellers know and trust us. I think that there are a lot of people who are part of the Amazon ecosystem who understand that working with Thrasio means working with a company that will keep its word and do what it says it's going to do. From a consumer point of view, Amazon has some nuance to it. It's actually very difficult to change the brand name on an Amazon brand without resetting a lot of its SEO aspects. You really can't just kind of rename something Thrasio. Having said that, we expect to be able to begin to introduce Thrasio as a consumer brand over the course of the next year, and hope that it will come to a point where we achieve that kind of recognition. I mean, we're already at a point where 1 household out of 10 in the United States has a Thrasio product. They just may not know it.
Yeah, I mean, building on that question, you've acquired more than 100 companies since you started over the last few years. How does this fresh capital raise allow you to be a bit more aggressive on that front? And what are the potential targets you're looking at?
I mean, we've always looked at businesses that had anywhere from $1 million to $10 million in revenue as sort of our sweet spot. And as we've evolved, gotten more comfortable with buying businesses that are in the $20 and $30 million range. And none of that's changed. We still are thrilled to buy a great business with $1 million of revenue or $15 million. But we now are also in a position to buy a business with $200 million of revenue or $400 million of revenue. And, I think ultimately our vision is not, it's not tactical. It's not about buying businesses. We're expecting to change the fundamental nature of how the consumer products industry works. And that means that we're migrating from where we started to something bigger, but ultimately what we need to do is to actually think about how the assets we've built get reformed into essentially the kind of omni-channel retailer that people have started to imagine, but nobody's really brought to fruition.
what is a rapidly shifting space. Certainly hope to have you back on the show again to talk about your progress there. Josh Silverstein, the co-CEO of Thrasio, and our thanks to Dan Roberts as well for joining in on the conversation. Much more to come here on Yahoo Finance Live. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We are seeing all three majors turn positive here in the afternoon session, with the Dow and the NASDAQ hitting new intraday highs in the session. Let's bring in Jared Blickery for the very latest on the market action. And Jared, in addition to that, you're keeping a close watch on commodities futures.
That's right. And we're seeing grain sell off. Now, we got the monthly WASDE report, talks about the supply and demand characteristics of the grain markets. That was dropped at noon, and we saw some pretty big reactions here. So let's take a look at corn. Corn, by the way, just hit a 7-year high. This is a 7-year high, but you can see firmly in the red now by session lows. Also taking a look at wheat, that is down by session lows as well. Soybeans, a similar picture. But I just want to point out what's happened in the commodity space this year overall, because a lot of this has to do with the tailwind of the declining dollar. Dollar, by the way, is in the midst of a pretty big 3-day slide. So that's giving an additional tailwind to commodities today. Up in the upper left, we have crude oil. That is up 22.5% this year. Over the last year, you can see that it is in the positive territory. It's up 17%. And so quite an accomplishment given all the chaos that happened with negative oil last year. But it's not just the energy space. We're also seeing some strength in copper. Copper is up about 5% this year, 45% over the last year. So put it together, could see some commodity push, cost push price inflation this year. Wouldn't be surprised to see that down the line as this starts being reflected in the later order stages of production, like consumer costs. So watch out, bread could be heading higher, guys.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Jared. And a natural transition here, Zach. We're going from corn and wheat futures to talking about cannabis, and you've got a big guest coming up later today, too.
Yeah, why don't we keep the plant theme going here? We're going to be chatting with Canopy's CEO, David Klein, at 4:30 here on Yahoo Finance. Of course, that stock, look, we talked about it earlier in the show. It's already up even higher now, up about 13% in today's session, closing in on an all-time high if it gets north of 50-50. So we're watching that one closely. But overall, the report showed out this morning that the company is doing a good job in that turnaround plan under David Klein, showing a smaller than expected adjusted EBITDA loss there, only about $60 million relative to expectations. That's impressive, but also interesting to maybe note that revenue as well continues to grow. They noted that they grew their share in Canada, but all eyes are on something that he talked about with us, Akiko, just a couple of weeks ago on the legalization front, that providing the afternoon boost here for Canopy, because on their earnings call that started about 10 a.m., they mentioned that they were expecting to gain access to the U.S. market here in 2021. That's something David Klein told us that he was expecting. He moved that up from 2022 to 2021 when we talked to him back in January. So if the market had been watching our show at Kiko, that would have been priced in. But interesting to hear that from him, because as we've been discussing, there are still a lot of question marks around where plans go in the Senate. We've heard from a few key senators talking about wanting to push that, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, but no concrete details to point to yet, not even on the banking front in the Safe Banking Act. But I mean, all these things are kind of falling into place, not just Canopy, Tilray up by about north of 40% in today's session as they roll out plans in the UK around medical cannabis. But a lot of catalysts here to talk about, not just Canopy, but again, we'll be discussing that with David Klein later in the show. But Akiko, I mean, are you not impressed yet by some of these moves?
I mean, it has been impressive. We've been following this for the last few months. I mean, really since the election, right? We've been talking a lot about the legislation that has shifted on the state level, and then obviously the optimism on the federal level, given that Democrats now control the Senate. And we heard from Senator Ron Wyden earlier today talking about the economic case for cannabis. And it really does feel like that's what's shifted in the conversation. Certainly that has added a lot of fuel to these cannabis stocks where we have seen some significant moves.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just because the numbers were pretty strong, we got those this morning, but still a lot to discuss with David Klein when I sit down with him at 4:30 to kind of dig into their plans and investing around that, because as we know, a lot of the companies here in the U.S. have been building up their protective moats, knowing that that deal was going to come through since they already have the deal in place to take on acreage with their expansion plans in the U.S. So we'll be chatting about that. But after the bell, Akiko, I know we're also going to get the update from Twitter, one of the companies that you've kept your eyes on here as you know, the tech earnings palooza continues, with expectations around Twitter quite high.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like when you look at some of these other names, whether it was a Pinterest that we were talking about, and you know, Facebook, sort of the digital ad space has really started to pick up, and we're going to be watching very closely to see how Twitter performs in that environment. The average monetizable daily active users, that's the big number that we're going to be watching for. Certainly, Twitter has seen a bit of a shaky quarter here because of the publicity hit that they have taken from really shutting down President Trump's account. That's not expected to be reflected in the quarter, but when you look at consensus estimates here, growth revenue expected to be 18% over last year, which would be still a bump from the 14% we saw in the same period last year. And then the expectation here for 193 million monetizable daily active users, which would be growth about 27% year on year. So all things pointed in the right direction. The one thing that I think a lot of investors are going to be looking to is something we talked about yesterday, which is a potential subscription model for Twitter. Twitter has talked about this before, about being able to tap into additional sources of revenue. Some reports yesterday suggest that TweetDeck might be one that could be up for potential subscription model there. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. And then, of course, we've also got Lyft coming out after the bell. They have really struggled throughout the pandemic. We've seen with Uber, at least, really this big pivot into Uber Eats, but we'll see how Lyft's numbers come through and whether we are going to continue to see that bounce back, because it's a good indication of just activity coming back as we see things slowly, not entirely, but just slowly improve, at least as it relates to the coronavirus.
Yeah, and on that earnings front, I mean, a crypto enthusiast might be hoping to hear some crypto updates from Jack Dorsey, a big fan of Bitcoin as well, maybe following in Elon Musk's footsteps. We'll see what happens. That'll do it for us here on our hours. For Akiko and myself, stay tuned. We got much more coming your way. We'll see where the market goes here after hitting those record highs across the board. Stay with us. We're back after this.
Welcome into the 1 p.m. hour here on Yahoo Finance Live, taking a look at market action right now. All three major indices are in the green. They had been in the red a little bit earlier today, but they are fairly flat right now as the rally takes a little bit of a pause. We had seen markets pushing higher given investor enthusiasm and optimism, as we did hear from some analysts saying that a pullback was to be expected. Now, all of this is coming as the second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump begins right now this afternoon. And it begins with a debate on the constitutionality of the impeachment trial to begin with of a president who is no longer in office. Let's take a look over at some stocks right now. I want to start with video games. Let's start with EA and also Glue Mobile. We see them both popping today after Electronic Arts decided that they would acquire Glue for about $12.50 a share. You could see Glue Mobile there popping about 35% on that news. That stock surging past that offer price. I want to take a look over at Canopy Growth, also in the green right now, up over 12.5%. Canopy Growth is jumping after their third quarter revenues did top expectations. They reported over $150 million in revenue for the quarter, which is exactly what analysts had been expecting. They've had a 23% improvement from the same quarter last year. You can see they're up over 12.5% right now. But I want to start with the big news from the Hill. We have Chief Political Correspondent Jessica Smith here with us with the details on that start of the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. Hey, Jess.
Hey, Kristen. Yeah, this impeachment trial is getting underway as we speak now. They will spend up to 4 hours at the beginning of this debating whether or not it is constitutional to impeach a former president. Then they'll vote on that. It just needs a simple majority to pass. And once that happens, I guess if that happens, then they'll move on to 16 hours of debate per side. We expect that to start tomorrow at noon. Now, Democrats today are trying to send the message that they are not going to be distracted by the impeachment trial when it comes to COVID relief. They're also going to be focused on COVID relief as they work on this. We've heard from the chairs of Senate committees today and Leader Schumer making that case. Let's watch.
To the pundits who said we can't do both at once, we say you are wrong. We can and we are. The bottom line is simple. The Senate is moving full steam ahead on a bold plan to get this country out of the crisis, to speed vaccination distribution, provide a lifeline to small businesses, help schools reopen safely, save the job of teachers, firefighters, and other public employees, and so much more.
Meanwhile, later this hour, business leaders will be at the White House. The CEOs of Walmart, Gap, the U.S. Chamber, Lowe's, and JP Morgan Chase will be meeting with President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. They'll be meeting to talk about President Biden's plan for COVID relief. We have heard from the U.S. Chamber in recent days saying that there should be a bipartisan plan. They think going about this through reconciliation could hurt the chances of passing other bipartisan bills on things like immigration or infrastructure. So they're hoping to see bipartisan compromise on the COVID relief bill. And as this is happening on the House side, House committees are forging ahead with their work, putting together the legislation that they hope to send to the Senate in a matter of weeks. Kristen.
All right, Jess, don't go anywhere. Let's continue this conversation on impeachment. I want to bring in Michael Isikoff, Yahoo News Chief Investigative Correspondent. So, Michael, we're kicking off with this debate on whether this trial is even constitutional, if it can even continue. Where do you think senators are going to stand on this point?
Well, we have a pretty good idea because there's already been a vote on the question, and 45 Republicans voted that it was not constitutional. So I will be surprised if there is a difference in the vote this week after the debate is through today about constitutionality. Now, 45 is not a majority, so the trial will go forward, but remember, to achieve a conviction, the House managers need 67, and that means getting 17 Republicans to go along. That seems like a very steep hill to climb, given where they are right now.
I know it's a steep hill to get to 17, but do you think there's any chance that we could see some senators who voted and said, this is unconstitutional, but I'm still going to vote to convict? Do you think any will have the chance of flipping?
Well, look, Mitch McConnell is the guy to watch for there because he has already indicated that he thinks the president committed impeachable offenses and did incite the mob, but then voted that a trial of a post-president is unconstitutional. So everybody will be watching Mitch McConnell. But Mitch McConnell has also indicated, even though he's the Republican leader in the Senate, that he's not going to whip this. He's not going to try to coerce his fellow Republicans to vote as he sees it. So it's anybody's guess. I will be very surprised if you see many more beyond those Republicans who already did vote to allow the trial to proceed. Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, a few of the Ben Sass. I'll be very surprised if there are much more.
Now, we know that politicians are always, of course, thinking about the next election that they have to get through. And I'm wondering how much this is playing into some of these senators' calculations that even if they do not agree or have even liked President Trump, that they cannot ignore his base and Trumpism within their own districts, at least as a part of the vote that they're going to be taking.
Look, it's the United States Congress, so of course, if politics is going to factor hugely in the calculations here, and you know, it'll be really interesting to watch. I mean, Trump has clearly lost support from where he was election day because of his post-election behavior and the groundless claims of electoral fraud. That said, it was really interesting. I'll point you to one little factoid that did not get a lot of attention this week. You remember Sarah Sanders, Trump's former press secretary, announced she was going to run for governor in Arkansas next year. Now, there were already leading candidate for the Arkansas governorship, Tim Griffin, who is the lieutenant governor. He had a whole campaign ready to launch, was the clear front runner. He bowed out this week because he did not want to run against Sarah Sanders, who was going to run as the heir to Trumpism, right? So that is a pretty good indicator that in the heart of Trump country, Trump is still a formidable figure, and you cross him at great risk.
There has been some reporting that aides are saying the impeachment managers are going to present new evidence that nobody's heard before about this charge of inciting an insurrection. Do you have any idea where they might go, or what area are you watching when it comes to this potential new evidence?
Well, first of all, we still don't know whether there's going to be any witnesses, right? So absent witnesses, then what the House managers are going to be relying on is this powerful video collection that they've put together of what went on January 6th, what the president was saying, how his supporters were responding to him, and then, of course, the horrific events during the storming of the Capitol. I don't know what new evidence they've got. Maybe it's more new videos, but they certainly didn't put it in any of their filings so far. And I got to say, if you look at the House manager's principal brief, which they filed last week, it was almost entirely based on press reports. I mean, because the House did not do any independent investigation. They did not call witnesses. They did not get documents. It's the video evidence of what Trump said and of what happened that is the heart and guts of their case. If they've got something new along those lines, we're all going to be eager to see it. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be any new smoking gun witness testimony or documents. But, let's wait and see. We'll find out soon enough.
I want to ask about stimulus. Senator Schumer, as we just heard in that SOT, saying that Congress can, in fact, chew gum and walk at the same time, at least when it comes to the impeachment trial, and continuing on these stimulus plans. I'm wondering, how much hope and optimism you have really for bipartisanship, especially as we've seen so many sticking points in stimulus around the number of checks, around aid to local and state governments. Where do you see that playing out over the next couple of weeks?
I think it's pretty clear. The Democrats have signaled they're going to go through reconciliation. And that doesn't require any Republican support at all. The power in this is Joe Manchin, the one Democrat who has qualms about some of what President Biden has proposed, and he's got all the power in the world because the Democrats need every vote to get to the 50-50 tie, which then Vice President Harris can break and put the reconciliation package over the top. So I'm not expecting we're going to see a lot of bipartisanship on this or any bipartisanship on this. I think the Democrats are pretty committed to getting as much as they can get as quickly as they can get. And Joe Manchin holds the cards right now.
To the chagrin of a lot of those business leaders that Jess was just updating us on, who are still trying to make some calls for bipartisanship. Michael Isikoff, Yahoo News Chief Investigative Correspondent, Chief Political Correspondent for Yahoo Finance, Jessica Smith, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
And coming up, we will be chatting about the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Let's talk about the coronavirus pandemic. We're seeing case counts continue to fall as vaccinations are picking up speed, while many doctors and public health officials are concerned about a potential spike as the general public gets complacent. We're joined now by Dr. Gustavo Ferrer, president of the Aventura Pulmonary Institute. So, doctor, there was an Axios Ipsos poll that showed that there is a really widespread here when people think we can go back to having in-person gatherings, this return to normalcy. So I wanted to pretty much put that question to you. When can we return to normal? When can we have those in-person gatherings again?
I think it's going to take some time. I think normality is going to remain abnormal for months and probably years. We are we're seeing the number of cases going down. We see vaccination going up, but we also see the population relaxing the rules. And these are the times when we see this virus is overall the one that's coming from the UK spiking, and we need to remain vigilant with that.
Now, I want to do a little bit of myth busting on the vaccine, because I think some folks think that once they get the vaccine, that they don't have to worry about the virus anymore. So if you get the vaccine, is it safe to return to your life as normal?
The answer to that, the short answer is no. We do not have evidence that the vaccine actually stopped the transmissions of the virus. It was not tested for that. The vaccine, what it does, the evidence that we have is actually decreases the severity of the illness, meaning you can get infected and you will get infected, but you're not going to develop a severe pneumonia that will cost your life. It is going to be a less severe case of infection process. And that is the danger that we see here. Most people think that they can go after getting vaccinated back to normality, and that is dangerous because we're still going to be carrying the viruses in our noses, and we're going to be transferring those viruses to other people that are going to be susceptible, and they can get severe pneumonia.
So then to that point, because we have surveys that show that as much as 25%, about a quarter of folks say that they're going to stop wearing their mask once they get the vaccine. So considering the fact that having the vaccine doesn't mean you can't stop, that you won't stop spreading the virus, if we do have folks that are vaccinated and they stop wearing their masks, then what happens then to the case counts? I mean, I imagine it'll spike, but perhaps not as severely as if folks were not vaccinated. Is that correct?
Well, the answer to that is going to have two folds. Number
up,
one,
everybody?
we have to keep in mind that we're seeing strength coming from South Africa, from the UK, that they're highly contagious. There are some evidence that the
excuse me.
UK...
What's up, everybody? Just being patient. Patient wins the game, guys. That's all it takes. All it takes is a little bit of patience, man. See this one right here? Waiting this one out a little bit. Of course, I'm up still. That's what matters. This one, I'm up. That's what we do. This one, I'm up. GameStop, still waiting on the short squeeze. Who knows what's going to happen to this one? AMC, I'm up. I got this one at $2, but still waiting on the short squeeze for that one. This one, I was just messing around. I don't even know where I got in on this one at, actually. This company right here, I was messing around with because I just created a Webull account, so I was just messing around with this one. But this one, actually, am I even in this one still? This one might break out, actually. This one might break out. I think it's going to break out. I think this one's going to take off. Hold on. I actually think this one's going to take off. I'll fix that later. This one right here, just a little bit under profits, but I'm getting close to it. Same goes with this one. Just a little bit under profits, but I'm getting close to it. Just takes a little bit of patience, guys. Patience, man. Look, that's an overreaction right here. I'm about to just go ahead on and get that free money. Go ahead on and get that free money. Catch that baby all the way back up like that never happened. I should take it to 10:30. But nah. I'm gonna let this play out. This might be a long-term play right here. We'll see. I gotta pay attention to the news a little bit, see what's going on. Clover Health, my buddy Chamath, man, he brought this business to life. So I gotta support him. In order for me to support him, I had to buy. So I might buy and hold on this one too. We'll see. Because Chamath is smart. He's a billionaire. So I'm a hold in this one. Fubo. This was a hot stock for a while. So I'm going to hold this one until it ain't hot no more. This one been hot for a while, so I'm going to hold it until it ain't hot no more. And we got these two right here. So I'm hoping these two get close to my mark by end of day. If not, it's fine because, you know, it takes patience. But, you know, everybody likes to see the money, you know, sooner than later, right? Oh. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at my lines, guys. It might hit this right here and try to reject. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. If it passed this, we all right. If it passed this, we might just be all right. Oh, look at it. Look at it. What is it going to do? So now I got to pass this orange line because that's another level right here. That's another level. Oh, man. Oh, man. D-Day. You see? It's going up. See? Missing out on that free money. Y'all can't be missing out on this free money right here. Oh, man. Let me put my music on. Hold on, guys. All right, so yeah, it pulled through and pulled back. That's fine. At least we know where it wants to go. At least we know where it wants to go.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
At least we know where it wants to go, y'all. I'm not gonna. Like, I wish I could like. There we go. Yo, this is about to be tasty, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Fundamentally peacefulness.
I gotta put that beat back on,
For
y'all.
instance, you're thinking about
I
your
got to have
family.
me hype.
You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow
Come
up
on,
under the
baby.
best
Come
possible
on. This is the
conditions.
orange mark.
Oh, I wish I could, but it's
Like,
just
these are
impossible.
resistance levels right here, guys. Or support levels. Shoot, y'all. It hit it. So, hey, I got into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades today. And I'm only down in 1 trade, guys. And that's this one right here. But this one, it might be moving a little slow. What time is it? 1? It might be moving a little slow. But it's fine. It's fine. Hold on. It's fine, because it's still on track. That's all that matters. So it'll get there when it get there. I'm not rushing it. You don't rush success, man. You don't rush it, man. You learn from your failures, and you figure out what you can do to make it better. All right, what's the next level? Let's check.
Fundamentally peaceful, man.
All right. Let me put my music back on.
I've never really viewed myself as particularly
All right,
talented.
guys.
Where I excel.
Let's see. What's the play here?
Ridiculous, sickening work.
I got it pulled back. I'm cool. As long as I stay above this right here, we straight. All right, cool. Profits, man. Bitcoin is 40 grand. Let's check it. Oh, Bitcoin's almost 46. That's crazy, man. I love Bitcoin, man. Unfortunately, I sold all my Bitcoin, but I still love it, man. I love Bitcoin.
And your kids to use as no excuse, I'm going to get through this? Was that a mental conversation you had that nobody could hear?
Communication with our children is that Pops is working hard. This is the level of
If you bought Bitcoin before 5K,
so it's
you now have 40
example.
grand. See, okay, so really, I was in Bitcoin at $900, bro. When Bitcoin was $900, I was in, and I sold it at 15,000 because, you know, that was back in the. I'll pull up the chart for you so you can see. You know, I like music too now. Hold on. All right, hold on, y'all.
Same thing with my wife. My wife's a stay-at-home wife. It's the hardest job, man.
All right.
So she works really hard at that. I mean, You know, and so
So
her attention to detail.
I was in Bitcoin at 900, and then it shot all the way up to 20,000, and I sold at 15,000 because I didn't know what to expect. You know, I didn't know what to expect, and then it came down. And I bought more. Right, and then it came up, and then COVID happened, so I sold again because I didn't know what to expect. I sold all my stocks. I had Disney, I had Apple, I had all that, and I sold it because I didn't know what was gonna happen. I never experienced, a stock market crash. Yeah, they talking about 2008, but I was in high school. Who cares? Nobody cares about the stock market in high school. As you know, at least my age. I didn't even know how to read the stock chart back in the day. I mean, it's simple. I get it now, but you're talking about a guy. I'm 13 years old. I'm not thinking about a stock market crash in high school. Now, when they say stock market crash and depression, I'm thinking that's somebody else's problem. That's not my problem. And then I sold, of course, and then it came back up. So I feel like I'm lost, but I still do have 2 of my Bitcoin miners, though. I do have 2 Bitcoin miners. You should have bought many Bitcoin in 2014. I mean, it's easy to say that now, but the thing is, during that time, man, because see, Elon Musk is really helping us out, but during that time, people was hating Bitcoin, man. They were saying Bitcoin's going to crash, it's a bubble, it's going to pop. And then I was also in something called BitConnect too. And, people used to talk so much trash about Bitcoin, man, because they never understood it. I understood it. That's why I liked it. I believed in Bitcoin. But at the same time, I was the only one that was believing in Bitcoin. That's the problem. Well, not just me, but, the vast majority of people. You should buy it again. Nah, I mean, I'd like to. I'd love to. But the thing is, for me to double my money in Bitcoin, now, this is before I knew about stocks. I didn't know about stocks like that back in the day. But for me to double my money in Bitcoin, I have to put $50,000 in there, and it has to double for me to double my money. But I can buy stocks now and do that in no time because I've learned it, mastered the, well, not mastered the skill, but I got pretty good at the skill, trading. I kind of want to buy this stock right here. It's at $2 too. Oh no, it's at $7. Say difference of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency? What you mean? Oh boy. Hey, when you get a chance, I want to show you this thing right quick. This is all today right here. This boy right here. Well, you really big one right here. Right? So all these I got thing, man. You know, that's crazy, man. Okay, let me check my man out. How did Jordan Belfort become rich in the stock market? I don't even know who that is, bro. But I'm gonna have to do some research, man. You might be educating me on something that I don't know anything about. I don't even know who that is.
This is another obstacle. This obstacle cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible.
All right.
for me
Yeah, I'm gonna
stepping
search it right now, man. You might be putting me on something, bro. I like to get smart, man.
I'm doing it.
I like. This is why I like. This is one thing I like about streaming. You know, I like when people come in and tell me stuff because you know, there's always something else to learn, man. Like I love thinking that I'm good at something just to realize I'm not as good as I think I am because someone else tells me something different. Like I love that feeling because it makes me feel smarter. You know. But I'm about to look it up right now. Jordan. Oh look, hey, I guess they heard me. It just popped up. So which one should I? Is there a certain one that you? Hold on. Oh. How did Jordan? I'm gonna watch this, bro. I'm gonna watch this in my room because it's too long. Normally I would watch small clips on my live stream, but this one kind of long. I don't think anybody want to watch it with me. But I'm gonna watch this right here, Jordan Belfort. Wolf of Wall Street. I see. How Jordan Belfort made $1 million in a week, bro. I gotta see this. Like these cats know something we don't, man. Like you don't just do that on accident. It's crazy how I mark all these lines and they fall right into it. It goes boop, boop, boop. Hey, I appreciate the info, man. My man out here dropping knowledge on me.
This obstacle cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible.
I'm gonna have to watch that for real, though.
Stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what? I'm doing it.
He's famous for the lines. Tell me this thing. Okay, tell me anything. Let me see. Okay, tell me this thing.
when you say sell this, right? Well, the rookie salesman will say, this is the greatest pen in the world. This pen, they'll start trying to do some version of the 310s. Like, this is the best pen in the world. It writes upside down, never runs out of ink. Best guy, blah, blah, blah. So, talking a mile a minute, right? But the fact is that the only logical thing you can really say to someone before you sell them a pen is, first of all, are you in the market for a pen?
Yes, qualified.
What type of pens do you use in the pen? You have to start asking questions. And this is the big mistake that salespeople make. Because A, by gathering intelligence in the beginning, it allows you to identify their needs, their value systems, any pain they might be feeling about, a lack of not having something, right? And just as important is that it's through asking questions and using certain tonalities, and you mentioned tonality and body language, and just as important, or even more important, how are you listening to the answer?
I want to see. Let me see. All right, let's see what this one looks like.
Managing social media campaigns with Monday.com is easy. How easy? This easy.
Hello, Mr. Belfort. Thank you so much for being here. I have one question, and I'm a huge fan of your film, so this just comes quite naturally. Can you please sell me this pen?
No one's ever asked me that before. It's the first time. So let me tell you what that whole exercise really stands for, right? So the whole sell me this pen narrative is really, it's a test that you give to a salesman to see if they really understand what selling's all about. If you ask someone who's not a professional salesman, who doesn't have the right instincts, they'll start actually trying to sell you a pen. This pen is great. This pen writes upside down. It's the best value for its money. This pen will last forever. Buy this pen. Here's the thing. The only one rational thing you can do when someone says, sell me this pen, and that is to start asking them questions. So tell me, how long have you been in the market for a pen? What type of pens have you used in the past? Is it business or personal? Typically when you buy a pen, what type of money do you spend on one? Do you buy expensive pen? The key to selling is to find out, step one, what are your clients' needs, values? What pain are they looking to resolve? What do they need? And you're looking to fill that need at the most basic level, right? Well, when you just go out and try to sell something to someone, what you're saying is, I don't give a shit about you. I'm just going to ram this down your throat, right? I want to know what you need.
About right.
I want to know what you've done in the past. So you ask questions. If I ask someone, hey, so how long have you been in the market for a pen? They say, oh, I'm not looking for a pen. Great, have a nice day. I don't sell people the things that you aren't looking for. I wouldn't try to sell you a pen if you're not looking to buy a pen. So that's, and if someone said to me, I say, wow, this person really knows how to sell. Because the biggest mistake that rookie salesmen make is they try to sell to everybody versus weeding out people who are not interested and only selling to those who are. So I ask questions, but not any question. I ask pointed questions to identify what type of pens you used in the past, how much money you have. Now, the pen is like the euphemism for any product, right? By doing that, I can get a good sense of what you're about. And then when I'm done asking my questions, and I know what I need to know, I'll say, well, based on what you said to me, this pen is the perfect fit if you let me tell you why. And now I'm actually matching my pen to what you need, and I tailor my presentation to fill that need, and it's much more elegant. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
How?
Do you remember how your love story began? Every story starts with a feeling, then grows into something more. Enter promo code Valentine at checkout.
Amazing thing for professionals to
Sell me this pen.
It's a nice pen. You can use the pen to write down thoughts from your life that you can remember.
Sell me this pen.
Well, this
Everybody's trying to figure it out. Have you watched Wolf of Wall Street? I don't think I watched it. I need to watch it.
This obstacle cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what? I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it. I need to look at it, man. It's about the life of Jordan Belfort. You know, copyright action. I gotta see it, bro. I want to see it now. I mean, I always hear people talk about it, but you know, I never looked. You know.
This obstacle cannot define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what? I'm doing it. define me. It's not going to cripple me. It's not going to be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm going to step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what? I'm doing it.
What made her the one?
You know, it's hard to pinpoint what exactly makes a person the one for you. But you just know. I mean, love is a funny thing. I can't explain it. I don't understand it. But all I know is she caught my heart, and I just knew that she was the one.
is a wild wonder and stars that sing, rocks that burst asunder and mountains that take wing. John Henry with his hammer makes a little spark. That little spark is love dying in the dark.
I truly love what I do, and that's where the passion comes from. That's where the will to get better comes from. It's just because I truly enjoy it. I enjoy the revolution. So what do you call yourself? ¿Cómo se llama? Antonio.
Perhaps we should get started now.
You know what's real?
in orbit above the Earth's atmosphere, recorded on the monitors.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. Fundamentally peaceful, man.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
Best want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. Fundamentally peaceful, man.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. Fundamentally peaceful man.
Hopefully you guys enjoying the stream. If you are, press the like button, like the stream, share the stream, follow the stream, guys. I appreciate it. Also, guys, if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask them in the comments, or if you want me to take a look at a chart, type it down below as well.
Perhaps we should get started now.
You know what,
It's that W, boom, boom, boom. This should come up better.
in orbit above the Earth's atmosphere, recorded on the monitors.
I wish
I knew. I knew me.
For instance, you're thinking about your family. You want to be as sure as you can that you will all go on living together. You want them to grow up under the best possible conditions.
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. Fundamentally peaceful, man.
Slow a little down is what you said. I'ma get it all up in my head. White t-shirt, blue jeans. I can never get enough of you. Bright sneakers on, getting ready for a flashback. Time keeps moving on. Looking at you, feeling like I could never get enough of you. And I could never get enough of you. I could never get enough of you. And I could never get enough of you. Sneakers on, getting ready for a flashback. Time keeps moving on, looking at you, feeling like I could never get enough of you. And I could never get enough of you. I could never get enough of you. And I could never get enough of you. Never get enough.
second, buddy. I just got back to my computer. Let me set something up. Sure, bro. I don't really trade options. I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but I don't trade options. I buy shares. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I want to learn options, and then I tell myself, nah, just stick to shares. But I do appreciate you stopping by the stream, though. But if you do find out, let me know, man. Just in case someone else asks. I'm just starting out with options. Have you tried with shares? Just buying and holding shares? Out the contract price. It's not bad. I mean, options aren't bad. The only reason why I don't like them, excuse me, the only reason why I don't like options is because if the stock moves sideways and the contract expires, it expires worthless. But with shares, I can just hold. You know what I mean? I can just hold as long as I need. Just like GME, some of us got caught up in this. So I'll just hold until it comes back. One day it'll come back versus losing thousands of dollars, with the options contract. But that's how I play it. Have a good evening. Good luck trading. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. But if you do find out, let me know, man. Because I know someone else is going to ask the same question.